Ladies and gentlemen, buongiorno. Good morning to everyone. I would like to have your attention to a short introduction movie first. Thank you. A very warm welcome to the Jubilee 14th Colloquium of the International ISSA Section on Prevention in Agriculture held at the headquarters of the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, in Rome. My name is Magdalena Wachnicka-Witzke, and I am Secretary General of the International ISSA Section on Prevention in Agriculture. At the same time, I'm representing the Agricultural Social Insurance Fund in Poland, co-organizer of today's colloquium. I have a great honor of moderating today's meeting together with my colleague, Bernd Reichel, Senior Officer in Prevention and Social Security at the International Social Security Association with the headquarters in Geneva. For those who do not know yet, Bernd is very much devoted to the flagship project of ISSA, which is Vision Zero Safety, Health, Well-being. And he's responsible for the Vision Zero, I would say, implementation worldwide. I'm delighted that our event is taking place in such an extraordinary and beautiful place as the Italian capital, at the headquarters of one of the largest international agricultural organizations, the International Fund for Agriculture Development. I would like to welcome the distinguished group of participants, invited speakers, and representatives of the ISSA member states. I would like to extend my very special welcome to the host of today's ceremony, the ISSA section's Chairperson and President of the Polish Agriculture Social Insurance Fund, Dr. Aleksander Hadzik. ISSA President, Professor Dr. Joachim Breuer. And IFAD Associate Vice President, Mr. Guoqi Wu. The theme of our colloquium this year is occupational safety and health in agriculture development. We are going to speak about the activities that have a huge impact on the most important agricultural areas, of which social security should play a key role. Bernd, would you like to have some reflections? Would you like to add anything to my introduction?
Okay, surprise. Yes, hello, good morning, everybody. Yes, I'd like to add something. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Alexandra Hadzik for chairing the ISSA Agriculture section and for having organized and supported this symposium together with our hosts from IFAD. And my name is Bernd Reichel, working for the International Social Security Organization. I'd like to extend my warm welcomes to everyone. And I don't want to say too much because our president is here as well, but just let's think for a moment, like, why are we here today? You know, the world is talking about economic crisis, stock market crisis, supply chain crisis, any kind of crisis, and everything is happening over the media, Twitter, you know, LinkedIn, everything. But what about agriculture? Is there actually a lot of discussion going on in agriculture? I don't think so. We only feel the impact when all of a sudden the wheat can no longer be exported because of some other economic or financial or geopolitical crisis. And all of a sudden people in Africa are the first ones to suffer because we see that the whole world is interlinked. And that then makes us realize how important it is to have a well-functioning agricultural system in a safe and sound environment. And so I hope that this colloquium today will somehow shed more light on this, on how we can have safe and healthy agriculture, because I believe that healthy food and good production systems are actually a fundamental right, and we are all dependent on this. It's a part of our very existence.
Thank you very much. Before we will start our welcome speeches, I would like to share with you some organizational information. The speakers who are here with us on site in this room are welcome to use the podium for the presentations and for welcoming speeches. And I would like also to point out that the opportunity to ask the speakers questions as well as obtaining answers from them is provided for the questions and answer session of our program, which falls as the last item on both days, day first and day second of our agenda. So I kindly ask for the persistence and patience. Thank you very much. For the sake of the proceeding our colloquium smoothly, please keep to this schedule. And last but not least, I and Bernd, we will moderate the speakers' time as well. And now I would like to give the floor to ISSA Agriculture Section Chairperson, Dr. Aleksandra Hadzik, who will address you with a welcome speech.
Dear presidents, dear colleagues, I'm truly happy and proud to open the Jubilee 40th International Colloquium of ISSA International Section on Prevention in Agriculture. In the first place, I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Colloquium, Associated President IFAD, for hosting the colloquium, and to Professor Dr. Joachim Breuer, ISSA President, for supporting ISSA Agriculture Section. At the same time, I'm very pleased that our event received a lot of interest from representatives of government institutions overseeing the area of agricultural development in their national economics. We are meeting at very difficult and demanding time. The war in Ukraine is affecting global food security. This focuses our attention on agricultural development in terms of restoring and maintaining the balance of the world's food supply to ensure food security. There is no doubt that the farming profession is unique and of great importance for society and economy. Very often, it combines the risk of being a small individual's business with the challenge of managing the business under the global economic system. On the other hand, agriculture is one of the most hazardous economic sectors, and many agricultural workers suffer occupational accidents each year. The aim of the Jubilee Colloquium is to raise awareness of the hazards and risks associated with agriculture and provide the examples of their management. This is important in order to prevent occupational accidents and diseases improve the working environment in practice, achieving Vision Zero approach, and strengthening social inclusion in agriculture development in the end. I'm pleased that we can contribute to the Memorandum of Understanding between ISSA and IFAD on extending social protection to rural areas. I believe that this is only the first step in our cooperation, which will be followed by others. As chair of section, I pledge my full support of section in this regard. I also hope that this cooperation of technical nature will be strengthened in order to achieve the best possible social inclusion in agricultural development worldwide. Last but not least, I'm convinced that the colloquium will be an excellent opportunity and a valuable platform for experts to exchange experience and new initiatives that will contribute to reducing accidents and occupational diseases, thus protecting the life, health, and well-being of farmers and rural people. I look forward to interesting presentations and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Now I would like to ask Professor Dr. Joachim Breuer, President of ISSA, to take the floor.
Thanks, Magdalena. But with the official words of welcome, I first have to welcome the representatives of the governments, especially the State Secretary, Mrs. Gambicia, the President of the section, Ms. Hadjik, the Joint President of IFAD, Colloquium, and for sure the delegates here, the friends and colleagues. I hope it doesn't sound selfish or egocentric when I start with a question to say, why isn't ISSA president here at one of the events of an ISSA section? We have in a year in total around 100 events in ISSA, and it's not possible as a representative of the organization being present there at all the time. So what's the reason? Is it Rome as this fantastic eternal city? In one way, perhaps yes, but not for this event here, because personally, I don't have the time to visit that city again. So is it that there is a special personal link to agriculture? In some way, yes, because I talked to one of the delegates here this morning. I worked at the beginning of my career for 6 years in the German Ministry of Agriculture, being responsible for the social security system of the farmers. But that's not the reason for being here. Okay, I could go on and ask, for example, meeting Alexander Hadjik and Magdalena Machniki, again, that's always a reason. No, I think the real reason at this time is because this event and this place could be, and I hope will be, a starting point of, in some way, a historical development. Historical for sure only for a separate area, a separate region. But for us as organization, as ISSA, and hopefully also IFAD, it could be really, when we look back in 10 or 20 years, an important meeting for a starting point. Why? It has to do with, for sure, two persons, because when we are talking about organizations, we are always talking about persons. And it's around 6 years ago when the still president of IFAD until the end of this month, Jill Hungbo, has been elected as IFAD president. That happened more or less to the same time when I have been elected as ISSA president. We have known each other before, and we talked several times about the challenges in our, at that time, new businesses that we need to handle on. And from the first moment on, we both agreed that these two organizations who had nothing to do in common before, who had no cooperation or anything, should join the resources, because in some way we are working on the same goal. Some call it productivity, economy, fighting poverty in the farming sector. And others call it expanding social security or covering people. But at the end, we have to realize that we are talking about the same thing, just using different words. Because you cannot fight poverty without having social coverage for the people. And without an effective prevention, you cannot have a growth in productivity. And there is no economy on the world that could be successful without a sound social security system. There are a lot of proofs for that. And therefore, it might sound simple and easy to come together with these two organizations, but it wasn't, because we had to overcome a lot of, not prejudices, but if organizations are working in the same way all the time, it takes some time to bring these forces together. In 2019, in this building, IFAD and ISSA signed a memorandum of understanding of working together in the near future, in joining forces and really looking to achieve our goals, used by different words, but having the same content. And that is the reason why I say it is important being here and perhaps setting a starting point for the future here. What we are doing is important not only for the single and individual farmer. It's not only important for the sector of farming or agriculture. It is at least important for the whole globe, because we all know that without farming, without producing food, the whole mankind would not exist and cannot exist. So it's more than the single issue that is on the topic on this seminar. And I hope that we can also put a little support on achieving the sustainable development goals that the UN has set up for 2030. Personally, I think the majority knows that we will not achieve these goals up to 2030. But personally, and I guess also politically and globally, we all know that even not achieving that goal in that year, it is absolutely necessary working on it. And it's not important if we achieve it 2030 or 2035. It is important that we need to work on it and that we are doing that together, because we cannot achieve that by single work. I guess Ms. Hadjik has mentioned that, and also Bernd, that we are living in times that are not easy, that we have a lot of, let me use the term, impacts, crises, wars, not only the one in Ukraine, also in other areas on the globe, that is affecting for sure also the farming sector. And if we look only just, for example, to the supply chain, we are not realizing on the official political discussions that by using the term that usually the most vulnerable producers are at the beginning and at the end of the supply chains. And we are not mentioning that farmers are typically the ones who are standing at the beginning of the supply chain. So they are not accepted or not known or not realized as vulnerable groups. When we are using that term, we are usually thinking of kids, of the informal sector or whatever, but farming at the times we are living in belong to the vulnerable groups, because especially the smallholder farms cannot react that quick if the supply chains are broken. That's what we need to put up also on the political level. And what's also necessary to mention at this place, When we are talking about other impacts like the climate change, like droughts, floods, fires, and so on, this is not only affecting the farmers, that is also affecting the social security systems. And that's another issue to show why we need to work together on the level of IFAD and of ISSA here. For today, let me mention the last issue before Magdalena tells me that my 8 minutes are up. Usually, when people outside of social security would be asked, hey, what are you thinking of when you hear the term social security? And they say, oh, that has to do with benefits, with some financial supports, pension, healthcare, whatever. What they are usually not thinking is, from my perspective, the most important part, what social security can offer. And this is starting with its activities at the real starting point, and that is prevention. And therefore, it is absolutely correct that for today, you have chosen that issue, not talking about the way how to cover farmers regarding healthcare issues or pensions or whatever. What is important? But showing that especially prevention is the key link between productivity, fighting poverty, and covering people in social security on the other side. And I'm sure by talking about that, we will see that there are a lot of issues where social security and problems of the farming sectors have things in common and that we can solve it together. I'm also proud that we have a lot of other international organizations, most of them hybrid with us. And I hope that in the near future, we will come more and more also in person together. Not to fight and to complain about these hybrid meetings, but farming is also a good example that you cannot do that online. You only have to do that hands-on. And that's what we need to do with our work for the future. And I'm sure that this seminar, again, will be an important brickstone, not for a wall to build, but to tear down a wall that might exist up to now between several international organizations. And by that, I'm seen forward in a positive way, and let's enjoy the work that's coming up. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this very energetic welcome speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Wu, IFAD Associate Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Moderator Magdalena. Dr. Hadzik is Agriculture Section's Chairperson. Professor Brewer, I hope I'm right, is President. Madam Gambika, the State Secretary of the Polish Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see so many colleagues here at the IFAD HQ today, and also connected remotely to discuss occupational safety and health, social inclusion, and well-being in agriculture and rural development. On behalf, if I may, of the outgoing President Zhibei Hongbo, President Brewer has referred to him, and also our President-elect Alvaro Lario, and also the senior management of IFAD. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you, both those present here at IFAD HQ and those participating virtually from around the world. And in fact, on a personal note, I have great interest and passion for the theme of this specific colloquium, because I myself from a rural family in China. So I know what occupational safety and health, social inclusion and well-being in agriculture means for my parents and also the other farmers across the globe. Colleagues, all of us share a commitment to end poverty and hunger by 2030, reduce inequalities of all types, and preserve our environment. And to succeed, we must develop food systems that meet the needs of a healthy population on a healthy planet. Small-scale farmers have an impact role to play as they grow 30% of all food on only 10% of all farmland. While many elements are necessary to strengthen food systems, this event is particularly useful as it focuses on an aspect that is often overlooked: occupational health and safety in rural areas. Agriculture is one of the world's most hazardous industries. Farmers, especially smallholders in developing countries, are at high risk of work-related injuries. And farming is one of the few industries in which family members who often share the work and live on the farm premises are also exposed. Combined with this, small-scale farmers are usually the least equipped to deal with shocks, such as injury and illness, and are at risk of falling into poverty traps. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that only 29% of the world's citizens enjoy comprehensive social protection coverage, and rates of health coverage among rural populations are less than half of those in urban areas. Simply put, social protection does not reach the majority of rural citizens in the developing world, despite them being among the most in need. IFAD has been very proudly working with small-scale producers and poor rural farmers for more than 40 years. We invest in rural areas to sustain and build markets, increase rural household productivity and incomes, but also to enable farmers to cope with shocks. So when a crisis hits, a war, a drought, or an illness, rural people's livelihoods are resilient enough to survive. Two of the biggest recent shocks have been the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. And IFAD has responded quickly to each by setting up crisis response initiatives. Let me give you some examples. In Ethiopia, we provided female-headed households with vouchers to purchase inputs, alongside a cash for work program to help those who had lost their jobs and livelihoods due to the pandemic. In Zambia, 5,000 farmers were supported with access to livestock insurance during the COVID-19 pandemic in collaboration with the World Food Programme. In particular, for our COVID-19 response, we often finance equipment to make workplace safer for the rural poor, such as wash stations and protective equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight two critical points. First, let's not forget about prevention and long-term sustainable development. If we can avoid a crisis in the first place, as Professor Brewer has referred to, or prepare for it in advance, then we can save lives and resources. Better agricultural development practices and workplace safety policies can help farmers manage work hazards. Investments in sustainable production storage, access to markets and information, and livelihood diversification can help farmers adapt to shocks. Training and capacity building is also key. This requires working with both the public and the private sector. In terms of the private sector, for development institutions such as IFAD, we must continue to promote compliance with environment, social, and governance standards among our private sector investments to ensure ethical working environments. Second, when the unavoidable happens, we must find a way to have social security instruments tailored to small-scale producers, particularly the most vulnerable. Because the agriculture sector is so high risk, we know that most farmers in developing countries do not have agricultural insurance. This is where the public sector and development institutions must work together with the private sector to build effective policies and sustainable business models. At IFAD, through our programs, we pilot innovative agriculture and climate risk insurance products. But the availability of finance to support these innovations remains a fundamental challenge. Therefore, we need to advocate with all partners like ISSA and work collectively to increase investments and improve access to affordable finance for the most vulnerable. IFAD and ISSA both recognize the importance of occupational safety and health in agriculture, and we are strongly committed to promoting the vital role of social protection in sustainable rural livelihoods. I hope this colloquium will be a valuable opportunity for global experts to share their experiences and ideas on this critical subject. And I look forward to a strengthened partnership between ISSA and IFAD to take this agenda forward. I wish you all the best, and those who are in Rome, enjoy your stay in Rome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, one of our special guests of today's colloquium was Ms. Anna Gębicka, who is the Secretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. However, urgent official commitments made it impossible for the minister to attend the colloquium in person. Madam Minister sent us her letter, which I would like to read out to you now. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much, the organizers, for the invitation to the 40th International Colloquium of the ISSA section on prevention in agriculture. This edition is devoted to such an important issue as occupational safety and health in the development of agriculture. Unfortunately, due to very important commitments in my country, I am unable to participate in this debate in person. However, let me share with you a few observations on the importance of occupational safety and health for the development of agriculture. This topic is of a particular importance in the current international situation. We are still dealing with the coronavirus pandemic and its consequences. The war in Ukraine also has an impact on global food security throughout the continent and the whole world. Restoring the balance of global food supply requires concentrating efforts at all stages of agricultural development. Today's meeting is focused on safe development. As we all know, agriculture is one of the most dangerous forms of human activity. It is associated with daily contact with dangerous substances, machines, animals, and thus also exposition to zoonosis. Agricultural activities commit farmers to work in strong sun and low temperatures. For their children, the farm is not only a place where parents work, but also a place to grow up, play, and learn. Each agricultural accident means not only the threat of an individual disability. In case it is the owner of the farm who suffers an accident, the economic situation of all family members changes dramatically. That is why it is so important to comply with the rules and principles of safety and hygiene on the farm and during agricultural activities. The main topic of this year's colloquium is the inclusion of elements of social security and accident prevention in agricultural support programs. A focus shall be also set at the implementation of the global strategy of the Vision Zero prevention in the agricultural sector. One of the goals of the Vision Zero strategy is the elimination of accidents at work and occupational diseases. This is associated with creating better working conditions and improving the health of farmers, and prevention is the key importance here. In Poland, activities for the prevention of accidents at work in agriculture and agricultural occupational diseases are managed by the Agricultural Social Insurance Fund, KRUS, in cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Various forms of activities are used to promote the principles of health and life protection on a farm, and to inform about the risk of accidents at work in agriculture and occupational diseases. These are mainly training and e-learning courses, knowledge competitions on occupational health and safety for adults and children, farm inspections and meetings during field work, seminars and conferences, shows and exhibitions, printed publications, including comic books for children, and publication in mass media. Campaign for proper production and distribution of safety products used in agriculture, as well as protective equipment and clothing for farmers. These activities are extremely effective, what is confirmed by statistics, showing that the number of accidents in agriculture is decreasing year by year. For comparison, in 2007, about 30,000 accidents were reported, while in 2020, it was about 10,000. Of course, we would rather that, as in Vision Zero, there were no such accidents at all. This is why we still need prevention and paying attention to diligence and accuracy during work, and not succumbing to routine and habit. Preventive actions in Poland are dedicated not only to farmers, but are also carried out on a large scale among children. The aim of these activities is to prevent accidents at work and agricultural occupational diseases, but also to instill certain habits and knowledge from the earliest age. An excellent example is the organization of a national art competition for students of rural primary schools, promoting positive behavior related to work and creation of children on a farm. Also, more and more people are willing to participate in our new competition for the youth for the best movie on prevention. As part of preventive measures, the Agriculture Social Insurance Fund carries out the voluntary free training and debriefing for farmers and their families with regard to the rules of health and life protection on farm, as well as the rules of conduct in the event of accident during agricultural work. Preventive actions are broadly aimed at all family members. Thus, they combine the experience of older people and new forms of digital communication like internet used by young people. This helps to build mutual awareness of safety in agriculture. An important undertaking is the national competition Safe Farm, which is organized already for the 19th time and has received the honorary patronage of the President of Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. The award in this competition is a modern agriculture tractor. In order to receive it, the participating farms undergo a professional audit of many institutions dealing with safety, including the fire brigade. A special task which is performed by the Agricultural Social Insurance Fund is to provide eligible farmers with the possibility of medical rehabilitation. During the summer holidays, physiotherapeutical camps for farmers' children are also organized. Soon, caregivers of people with disabilities will also be entitled to regeneration camps. For many years, the Agricultural Social Insurance Fund has been involved in running the ISSA Agriculture section, which is currently chaired by Dr. Aleksandra Hadzik, President of the Agricultural Social Insurance Fund. Thanks to this, we can actively influence matters related to dissemination of good practices in the field of occupational safety and health. Poland is striving to be one of the leaders in this field. We are already proud to pass on our rich experience in the field of preventive actions to other members of the ISSA Agriculture section for prevention in agriculture. We are glad that the Agriculture Social Insurance Fund, as a member of the European Network of Agriculture Social Security Systems, ENASP, has gained so much experience and can have a positive impact on agriculture. For over 30 years, it has been visible in areas such as service for the insured, benefits for farmers, prevention and rehabilitation for farmers. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all fruitful debates. Anna Gębicka, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Poland. I would like to thank all of you for the valuable welcome speeches. It was truly a very warm welcome, which is, in my opinion, gave us all a sense of the importance of the topic of the colloquium. And we will start directly now our first panel. Yeah, I see the Bernd is coming here. And actually, I wanted to ask Bernd, do you remember that was a few years ago, how we illustrated the 3 pillars of Vision Zero, safety, health, and well-being? Do you remember what was the effect? Somebody was juggling with 3 balls. It wasn't me. I still cannot do it, but there is somebody who can do it.
Yeah, Vision Zero, I think you've all heard about it. You see these T-shirts. We're trying to be a bit fancy today. You know, no ties, only fun. And Vision Zero is fun because the idea is prevention. And our ISSA president had mentioned it, that social security, the base of it all is prevention. So that's also one reason why we're here. And Vision Zero, as you can see, has 3 little rings, and they stand for safety, health, and well-being. And Magdalena was referring to this, because this is also safety, health, and well-being.
I tried to hide it, but you found it.
I found it. I'm quite tall, so I can see almost everything, unfortunately. So safety, health, and well-being. And now the thing with safety, health, and well-being is that everything has to be kind of in balance, because if it's not in balance and one thing falls down, then the whole system can fall apart. So in Vision Zero, we're trying to actually keep this balance of safety, health, and well-being. So let me just try if it works, okay? So this is it. And if you try to do some crazy stuff, then eventually it might fall down, like if you do like this. And this is not how you should do it, because if it falls down, then you see that your whole enterprise, also your agricultural enterprise or whatever, you know, goes out of balance, because, you know, safety is important for the productivity, health is important for the health of the employees and their productivity, well-being is important. If one element actually is not taken care of enough, then you have this disaster happening, just like what we saw now.
Then we try to avoid any disaster here. And thank you very much, Bernd. Let's start with our first panel. I'm very happy that we have on board Mr. Eliabi Rashid from IFAD, who will present his organizational insights. So we would like to know what is common in between ISSA and IFAD, and that is why I'm very pleased that we have Ellie with us. Ellie is a partnership assistant at Global Engagement, Partnership and Resources Mobilization Division in External Relations and Governance Department of IFAD. And I want to tell you a bit more. I'm very thankful to Ellie because Ellie was very much devoted and supported the organization of this conference. Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you, Magdalena, or thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Let me thank you in my turn. And through you, I would like to thank KRUS, headed by Mrs. Alexandra Hadzik. And through you also, I would like to thank the whole team with whom I collaborated in order to make this, this session another success story. Today, I'm very proud to present to you the organization I'm proud to be part of. So let's begin with a video, and then I will proceed with my presentation. Thank you.
A world without poverty, a world without hunger. The Sustainable Development Goals hold up the promise of a radically different and better future that leaves no one behind. Small-scale farmers and other rural workers are responsible for producing, processing and marketing much of the food in developing countries. Their work is crucial for nourishing people where needs are greatest, and also for creating jobs, maintaining communities, and safeguarding natural resources. But they themselves are among the most vulnerable to poverty and hunger. The promise of a world without poverty and hunger is in their hands and yours.
Nie mam żadnych wątpliwości, że te działania, które IFAD prowadzi od ponad 40 lat na świecie, mają ogromne znaczenie dla rozwoju, ale przede wszystkim dla wyrównywania szans życiowych. Bo to jest sprawa podstawowa, wyprowadzania ludzi z biedy, wyprowadzania ludzi ze stanu głodu, tak, czy niedożywienia.
Supported by contributions from concerned governments across the world, IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, has been working to realize the promise of the SDGs before they were ever imagined. For more than 40 years, we've been there, in some of the world's most remote locations, increasing yields, connecting farmers to markets, providing access to rural finance, developing better infrastructure, and mitigating the effects of a changing environment. Through our projects, we help small farmers modernize and commercialize their operations, and in the process we empower women and young people and transform rural lives.
Before joining the project, we were waiting for money from our husbands, but since we started this group, we have a way to earn a living. Every 2 weeks we receive the payments from sales, and now we are able to look after the needs of our families. We are so happy to have this job.
We offer practical and innovative solutions to trigger rural growth. Our goal is to reduce poverty and hunger, and to date we have invested more than $23 billion in loans and grants to improve the living conditions of nearly 500 million people in more than 100 countries.
They helped us set up a business plan. They organized a field study trip and put us in touch with other cassava producers so that we could share information and techniques. They do so many things for us, I can't even remember all of them.
At IFAD, we believe that investing in people like her is the only way to ensure food security and sustainable development. And with support from equally committed partners, governments, private sector, foundations, NGOs, the impact of our work is greater still.
IFAD has the knowledge, the capabilities, the people on the ground, and we on our side can bring in the market, guarantee supply, bring in quality standards, soil management techniques that we know for our crops. We can have a sustainable solution.
But the challenges run deep. Climate change, conflict, inequality, and lack of political will can dash the hopes of a new generation and test the world's resolve to bring about lasting change. But we can't stop now. A world without hunger, a world without poverty is in our hands and within our grasp.
As you can see, I didn't choose by chance this video. It features actually the president of Poland, and you may know that Poland was the latest country that joined IFAD, totaling now 177 member states of IFAD. And as you know, KRUS, which is part of the Ministry of Agriculture of Poland, are chairing the Secretariat of ISSA. As you can see, IFAD is delivering a lot on all fronts in the rural areas. I'll begin with my presentation. Please, next slide. Please, next again. IFAD is a specialized UN agency and an international financial institution in the same time. Actually, it's the only international financial institution in the UN system. It was established in 1977 as one of the major outcomes of the 1974 World Food Conference. Together with the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme, IFAD based its headquarters in Rome, where we are, as a UN agency committed to ensure food security. IFAD invests in rural people, empowering them to reduce poverty, increase food security, improve nutrition, and strengthen resilience. Since 1978, we have provided $23.2 billion in grants and low-interest loans to fund projects in developing countries. Last year alone, IFAD-funded projects reached an estimated 130 million people. The fund is a unique partnership of members of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, other developing countries, and members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. As we said, IFAD is currently governed by 177 member states from Africa, Asia, Oceania, the Americas, and Europe. Over 3 billion people live in rural areas in developing countries, accounting for about 46% of the world's population. Among the 736 million extremely poor people in the world, 79% live in rural areas. It's the majority, not the minority. The world's 500 million small farms are the main source of income and sustenance for most rural people. They are also responsible for up to 80% of food production in some developing countries. Since its creation, IFAD has focused exclusively on rural poverty reduction, working with poor rural populations in developing countries to eliminate poverty, hunger, and malnutrition, and raise their productivity and incomes, and improve the quality of their lives. The fund provides loans and grants, loans on highly concessional, intermediate, and ordinary terms to developing countries to finance innovative agriculture and rural development projects and programs. Lending conditions vary according to the borrower gross national income per capita. IFAD also provides grants to institutions and organizations in support of activities to strengthen the technical and institutional capabilities linked to agricultural and rural development. Partnerships are central in IFAD's work. It's all about public relations in the interest of the rural populations. IFAD's partners include member states, civil society organizations, particularly those of smallholders, farmers, and rural people, UN agencies, bilateral and multilateral development agencies, agricultural centers, research centers, NGOs and foundations, policy research institutes and universities, regional organizations, and the private sector. IFAD also brokers partnerships among the diverse parties working in development and for South and triangular cooperation. Member states provide core financial resources for the operations through the replenishments. Unlike other UN agencies, the contributions to IFAD are not obligatory or assessed previously. They are voluntary. Member states can voluntarily decide how much to deliver, to replenish IFAD. IFAD established dedicated offices to guide, manage, and monitor all aspects of the replenishment process. On 16 February 2021, IFAD member states joined the final meeting of the IFAD 12 consultation. Those consultations happen once every 3 years. They pledged, and I mean IFAD member states, they pledged a record level of financial contributions for the program period 2022-2024. The outcome at the end of the consultation was around $1.1 billion in core contributions only. Member states sent an important signal in terms of IFAD's global role by setting the highest ever resource mobilization target, $1.55 billion. The IFAD 12 replenishment outcome outlines an impact vision for IFAD, focusing particularly on post-pandemic recovery, rebuilding, and resilience. Where we work. IFAD is currently working on 207 projects in 93 countries around the world. 40 country offices support operations in the field. Here is an example of one of the regions where IFAD works, the East and Southern Africa. And I'll be giving you just an example of one project in the field. The project for rural income through exports has enabled in Rwanda small-scale farmers to benefit from export markets through better accessing to training, credit, and technology. It has led to increased returns for farmers from coffee, tea, sericulture, and horticulture value chains. By 2019, 149,335 people had been trained in production practices and technologies, of whom 69% were women. Farmers' coffee income had increased by 32%. 18,449 people had gained access to credit. As you can see, accessibility is in the core business of IFAD. Accessibility is always important here, whether it is accessibility to markets, accessibility to training, to technology, to information, to data. It's the basis of our business. Next slide, please. Here are some of the thematic areas we work in Africa, especially. 50% of IFAD's investments are in Africa. As examples, I can mention Ethiopia and South Sudan. We have projects about small-scale irrigation, rural finance, pastoralism. In Kenya and Burundi, we have projects of livestock development, fisheries, agriculture, landscape management. In Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, we have projects about the 4 Ps, value chain development, household mentoring methodologies. In Madagascar, Comoros, Mauritius, and Seychelles, we have projects about nutrition, about value chain development, and youth. In Malawi, Lesotho, Swaziland, Botswana, and Zimbabwe, Zambia, Angola, Mozambique, and Namibia, we have projects focusing on market linkages and rural finance. Those are just examples. The major topics. Here are the major topics we work on. IFAD focuses on 4 priority themes, which are mainstreamed through our projects. Women empowerment, opportunities for youth, environmental sustainability and climate change, and nutrition. Inside IFAD, we call them about woman empowerment, youth, climate change, and nutrition. Next slide, please. The impact. We pride ourselves for the impact that IFAD's projects have in the field. In 2022, IFAD published the results of its IFAD 11 impact assessment. As a result of IFAD supported projects, 62 million people increased their production. 64 million people achieved greater market access. 38 million people strengthened their resilience. And 77 million people improved their incomes. Here I conclude, and I wish to end my my presentation with a 55 seconds video that will showcase some numbers in the field regarding the projects of IFAD. Thank you very much.
Natural disaster, climate change, failed harvests, a global pandemic. For more than 40 years, IFAD has helped small-scale producers weather the worst shocks, improve incomes, and feed their families. IFAD is currently helping 128 million poor rural people across the world. From digging wells to planting forests, from building roads to re-greening ecosystems, empowering women and young people, supporting the rights of indigenous groups. We provide tools and training. We help farmers and producers gain the knowledge and resources they need to sustain their communities. IFAD fights poverty and hunger, and our mission is now more important than ever.
Thank you, Ellie. That was really impressive. These big numbers, this big scale of activities. I'm really very happy to hear about it, and I think that all of you are also very happy to see how much is done. We know that it's always the need to do more and more. And as our focus is on social protection, including prevention aspect, I'm grateful to welcome Ms. Joyce Njoro of IFAD, who will speak about IFAD's work on social inclusion and protection for small producers.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know I was speaking to myself. So thank you very much for this opportunity to also share IFAD's work on social inclusion and social protection. It is a privilege for me to be here with all of you and also to learn from others what they're doing and also to share experiences for IFAD. So following from Ellie's presentation, I think I'll just go a little bit deeper, but I think he's given you a broader overview of what IFAD is doing. And I'll just take a more in-depth look at social inclusion specifically. So I have a presentation. So so let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so when you talk about social inclusion at IFAD, we are looking at measures of leaving no one behind. So like you've heard about IFAD's mandate is to invest in rural people and enable them to overcome poverty, achieve food security through remunerative, sustainable, and resilient livelihoods. And our comparative advantage lies in targeting of the poorest, the poor and the vulnerable peoples, most of who live in rural areas. And some of these specific vulnerable groups cut across different typologies of rural poor, because rural poor is not the same homogeneous. And this combines poverty and socioeconomic characteristics with a focus on intersecting inequalities based on gender, age, ethnicity, and disability. And also people living in fragile contexts, such as refugees and pastoralists communities. And to make sure that we achieve this, IFAD has made some commitments to make sure that it's very intentional that we are going to reach these poor people. And so we have targets at design, as you can see there, and also we have targets at implementation. And these targets are, for gender, we want to make sure that most of our projects are gender transformative, at least 35% of them. Nutrition, 60%, youth, 60%, indigenous peoples, 10 projects, and people with disabilities, 5 projects. So the indigenous people's targets and persons with disabilities is a new target. The others are older targets. So this is really a target we are working towards to make sure that we intentionally address social inclusion. And then not forgetting climate also, making sure that we provide support to climate adaptation by making sure that 40% of our projects designed are climate focused. And this includes building adaptive capacities. And then we also have other targets at completion. So it's not just design, but also seeing what we design, and then at completion that we are actually providing the change or the impacts on the ground. Next. So when it comes to poor targeting approaches, there are several ways that we interact with the rural poor. And one is investing in social development. So not just economic, but also social development to make sure that we get social impacts. Involving communities in identifying the poor, because at times it's very difficult to know who is a poor, but they know each other. Engaging them in project planning and also decision making. We also provide many of options depending on the causes of vulnerability that can be implemented at the local level. The other aspect we do also is direct targeting of traditionally excluded groups, such as women and indigenous peoples, and selecting local value chains that are dominated by the poor. So the value chains, when it comes to selection, they have to be in a way that also that they can empower or make sure that at least the local people or the poor people are also included in different parts of the value chains. And then finally, building the resilience of their livelihoods to climate change and other shocks. Next slide. So going deeper and looking at gender as one of the areas of exclusion, at IFAD, we see that gender-sensitive approaches can improve women's access and control over income and assets, and strengthen social networks and improve women's public, economic, social, and political status. So within our programs, which are gender transformative, we aim to provide trainings and capacity buildings, which are gender sensitive, making sure that women's skills are also targeted. And this helps to also increase their knowledge. And this knowledge can be in different aspects, also including safe handling of agrochemicals, and also how to protect themselves, food safety and other aspects. And also women's leadership. How do we increase their presence and voice and influence rural organizations so that at least they can have their opinions and they can also be fully engaged in governance aspects. Then financial literacy and self-help groups, which also ensure better access to finance, particularly also for women, and also not forgetting gender-sensitive value chains. You can have value chains that do not integrate women, but really seeing how do we integrate women when they have value chains investments. Household methodologies, which focus on at household level to make sure that the aspirations of all family members within a household are achieved within the time of the projects, not only one person within the household, but the entire household. And then finally, understanding that there's an issue of time poverty by providing labor-saving devices to decrease women's workload. From the youth perspective, which is one of the areas that are also considered as a mainstreaming theme, IFAD adopts an employment-centered approach to promote social inclusion of young people with the objective of reducing their vulnerability and overcoming key restrictions to a sustainable path out of poverty. And some of the interventions that you'll see on the ground are agribusiness hubs, which create employment opportunities for young people, and also using a grassroots approach to mobilize the young people in rural areas. Then the other aspect is financial inclusion and partnership with youth organizations, which is very important in empowering them also to take leadership of their own issues, capacity building and development, and also developing dedicated tools to provide guidance, and particularly on preventing forced employment, child labor, and clarification of relevant safeguards. And then making sure that we distribute assets, value chains, and job creation. The other groups of people who are also likely to be left behind are indigenous peoples. And since the beginning of its operations, IFAD has approved 260 projects targeting at least 45 million indigenous peoples. And we have about 82 ongoing projects worth about 9 million. So when it comes to the portfolio of indigenous peoples, there are a few aspects that we try to implement to ensure social inclusion. And these include respect for free, prior, and informed consent as a right of indigenous peoples, also providing tailored approaches to each indigenous community, targeted by projects and programs, making sure there is land access and ownership, because that's usually a major issue within the indigenous people's communities, creating awareness and raising initiatives that also promote their local food systems, and also promotion of actions that protect the members of vulnerable indigenous peoples. We know that they're also very likely to have issues of malnutrition and other issues that affect them directly, and also climate change and biodiversity. Next. Then you cannot have social inclusion and protection without good nutrition. So we have to look at what are the positive impacts we need. We talked about well-being. So well-being is about also having a good health and nutrition. So when it comes to nutrition, there are a few things that we focus on, particularly on nutrition-sensitive agriculture and food systems. And these include increased household access to safe water and to nutritious foods, looking at production, and also dissemination of nutrition messages and behavior change. We collaborate with governments and local NGOs, and also support school feeding, not directly, but working with partners on the ground to also make sure that we target school children. And then finally, also provision of inputs and extension services for homesteads or community gardens. So I'll finish by just giving you a very quick highlight of just two projects. So one in India, just to show how we do the poverty targeting. Next slide. So in this project, what I wanted to highlight here is that when it comes to targeting, you can see that the poor are not just poor. We have ultra poor, we have moderately poor, and then we have others who are maybe dealing with micro entrepreneurs. So all these are targeted by different types of interventions, because then we have to look at the pathways, which is the best pathways to get them out of poverty, to integrate them into existing value chains, or to get them from ultra poor to moderately, and also become micro entrepreneurs. So what I wanted to show you here is that the types of interventions are different. If you look at the amount of loans that are provided to each of them, and where they access these loans is different. So each of them gets a different package, because then their level of poverty has to be addressed from where they are, so that they can move to the next level and get them out of poverty. Next slide. This one is a project in Burkina Faso. Next. And for this project also, which is investing in rice, horticulture, sesame, cowpea, and fishing, you can see that it is targeting women, and at least 50% of the beneficiaries are women, working with associations and cooperatives of women. They are also working with young people between 18 years and 35 years, and providing through family farms and making sure there is access to land for the young unemployed graduates. And also interesting here that they're also working with people with disabilities, and trying to see then how they can also uplift their lives and transform their lives as part of the project beneficiaries. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting, because I see that social protection has many faces. I mean, it's multidimensional issue, and we heard already so many times the word well-being, and I think that this covers so many aspects. But there is still, for sure, there is still the potential to strengthen such activities in the future. And now we go smoothly to the next speaker, Bernd. You have double role today. Yes, you are the next speaker. Yeah. So you don't have to juggle anymore. Yeah, this is over. But you will for sure surprise us with many wonderful aspects of this great preventive strategy, which is Vision Zero: Safety, Health, Well-being.
Good. All right. Could I have the PowerPoint presentation, please? Yes. So Vision Zero insights. We have, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. We have launched Vision Zero because the world is beautiful, but it could be better. If you look at these statistics, there are 2.78 million occupational accidents and diseases every year, 2.4 million occupational diseases. So the big bulk is actually more related on the health side and less on the accident side. And there are ways, and we have been trying to do that, to convince people to actually invest more into prevention, because we have done a study which has calculated the return on prevention and the potential benefit for investing into prevention measures at the workplace comes to 2.2 euros. So you invest €1 and you have a return, a potential return of 2.2 euros. These studies are available on the ISSA website. It's no rocket science, but this is the framework. Next slide. And this is why we created Vision Zero. The idea of Vision Zero is provocative. Every accident and every occupational disease can be prevented. Do you believe that? If you're a statistician, you will say no. It's impossible, because there's always a statistical margin. It's just like winning the lottery. That's the positive side. Yes, there's one lucky guy, and there will always be one unlucky person who will then suffer from an occupational accident or disease. So is it preventable or not? Well, if you all go home safe and sound today to your hotel, or wherever you might go, and you're still feeling the way you're feeling today, then yes, there is no occupational accident or disease that has occurred. And therefore we have achieved Vision Zero today. And that's what we're going to try to do every day. Yeah. So we are trying to actually bring synergies and try to provide strategies for all actors, also in the agriculture sectors, to actually promote prevention. Next slide. And this is the philosophy: safety, health, and well-being. There are already 2 balls. The other one is over there with the ISSA president, So safety, health, and well-being in the right colors. This is what we call Vision Zero. And next slide. This is based on 7 simple golden rules. And these rules are, it's again, no rocket science. We have tried to boil down all the scientific articles, all the approaches, the strategies. There were occupation safety and health management conventions from the ILO, etc. We try to boil that down into 7 simple rules. One is walk the talk. That's leadership, show that you care. The second is identify the hazards. Here in IFA, this is a beautiful hall. You see in front, wherever there could be a cable, it's nicely covered. There are no tripping and stepping stones apart from that little stair over there, but everybody knows about it, so nobody will fall. Then set your targets. What do you want to achieve? Do you want to have actually 0 accidents for the next 50 days? If you look at some company websites, they have tickers. They have like, our company has been without any accident for the last 50 days, 51 days, 52 days, and so on and so forth. So this exists. And so what do you want to do with your enterprise? What do you want to do in your organization and with your partners? And then safe and healthy systems. This is safe and health management systems, There are different ways. There's also ISO approaches to all of this. But it can be also very simple. It's just like looking that you're well organized, you know, just, I mean, it's again, no rocket science, it's common sense. And then anything related to the handling of machines, technology, you know, equipment, so that this is actually up to the task. I can give you an example in rural construction. In India, you know, they do bamboo scaffolding. Apparently it works, you know, but even in Europe, sometimes you just walk onto the roof with a ladder because, you know, it's just a simple solution and it's quick. And, you know, why bring up a scaffolding? Well, in France, they had promotional programs for entrepreneurs to actually invest in scaffoldings, and they provide I think it was the state that provided 50% of the investment costs, just to make sure that people in the construction industry are actually safe. So this is what I mean with technology and safe equipment, and there are also possibilities. And then the competence is easy. Everybody should know a little bit about safety and health. And last but not least, we have to care for our people. You know, everyone who works should have the right to actually be taken care of, and then try to motivate them, and everybody should get motivated so that people start living prevention for themselves. Next slide. I just quickly go through this. The traditional OSH approach is legislation, standardization, responsibility, and, you know, we count injuries and illnesses. Safety and health is a cost. It might be a problem. And the paradigm shift that we want to achieve with this safety, health, and well-being with the juggling balls is that it is becoming more fun, that everybody becomes responsible, juggling their own balls. So there is a commitment. There is, you know, creating a safe and healthy workspace. Everything becomes integrated and everybody becomes their own leader. So occupational safety and health is owned by all people at the enterprise, you know, in an agricultural enterprise or any enterprise. Next slide. So this then becomes a new culture of living prevention. And we started this as a prevention campaign in 2017, but the campaign turned into a strategy. And we have now the backing of the European Union, who has now adopted the Vision Zero approach for all fatal accidents in the EU in their EU strategic framework 2021 to 2027. And they said, we want 0 fatal accidents in the European Union. And that includes Rome. And if you think of the Colosseum and all the gladiators, well, they will be very happy. Huh? Did you get that? No? Well, there are no more gladiators, of course, but that means no more fatal accidents. Okay, so we also have, of course, we're also contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, decent work, economic growth, good health and well-being, and education, because we have a pool of Vision Zero trainers, over 1,300 Vision Zero trainers who actually teach this methodology in companies. Next slide. Here you see how Vision Zero spread. We started in Singapore in 2017. That's the big circle and the picture on the right. And then we actually had regional launches in every continent, including Australia. You cannot see it because this Vision Zero picture is covering it. And then we continued having Vision Zero summits in Helsinki, and then another one in Japan. That was in 2022. It was a hybrid event. But all the main actors were there, committed. The ILO was there, committed, and we have drafted a white paper, and we have a new Vision Zero declaration out there. And next slide. And by now we have 16,000 companies, partners, and trainers that have signed up for Vision Zero. The numbers are not that important. What is important is that you do it, whether you follow the 7 golden rules or whether you follow your own approach. But if you start by saying, yes, I can prevent an accident, then you're already on the right track. Next slide. How to do it? Well, we have this guide It's already translated into 15 languages. Partners like to translate their language, their own native language. So we have Malay, we have Hindi, we have Arabic, of course, we have Russian, we have Chinese. So we cover quite a lot of languages. And in this guide, it's a checklist, and you can ask yourself, well, how are things in my company? Next slide. And what can I do to improve it? Here, these are products that are then developed based on this guide. We have products in the electricity sector, in the mining sector, in the construction sector, and also in the agriculture sector. And there again, thank you, ISSA Agriculture Section, for having done this great work. So there is a guide for individual farmers, and there is a guide for agriculture companies, how to implement the Vision Zero strategy. Again, back please. Here you see on top, visiozero.global, that's the website. And you can download these materials all free of charge. Whatever we do is always free of charge, because we want the world to have less accidents. So we're not going to charge for our ideas. We just give them out, and we hope that the world is actually taking onto it. The middle guide is for small businesses, and that also applies for agriculture. So you can also download that one if you want. Next slide. So now you've all heard about the pillars of safety, health, and well-being. And safety and health is well covered. Accidents and occupational risks. There are organizations like the WHO, also IFAD, the ILO, who all address this. But what about well-being? So we have started to develop a well-being guide, and the well-being working group is currently reviewing the final draft, and our guide will be ready by beginning of next year. And we have teamed with professors from Australia and also from Ireland, who are professors in workplace well-being, who are reviewing these guides for us. So we hope that it's actually a very, very good product to kind of close the gap from safety, health, and then have well-being as well. Next slide. Ooh, now look at that. Take a break. That's quite a picture here, you know. So on top, you have safety, health, and well-being. And this is the core of Vision Zero, how we promote it. But if you look at your life, you know, there are many, many other areas where accidents or ill health or sicknesses can happen. So Vision Zero emerged from road safety. That was, where's our delegate from Finland? They are here. Hello. It's a Scandinavian concept, road safety. And if I recall correctly, I think in Sweden, they changed from driving from the left side on the road, not the wrong side, the left side on the road to the right side on the road. And they switched at one point at midnight. And then all of a sudden, everybody was driving on the other side and there were no accidents. So that was probably the initiation of this idea of zero, Vision Zero in road safety. And then it got expanded into the world of occupational accidents and diseases. But there are other aspects, public health, you know, and your private life. You know, you still don't want to have an accident when you're bungee jumping, for example. And then there is the environment, and this is because we're here in Rome with the agricultural organizations present here. Environment is, of course, a topic that is becoming more and more pertinent. And therefore, next slide, ta-da, we have produced a Vision Zero environmental guide. And this is new and is going to come, it's going to be presented at our World Social Security Forum next month in Marrakesh. So it's fresh off the press, and we have teamed up with ENSPO, which is a European organization with a lot of environmental experts. So we're trying to expand, and we're trying to bring all these guides so that as many people as possible can benefit from it. Next slide. And Supply chains, we've heard about the supply chains. We're aware of all the supply chain problematics in agriculture, but also, for example, with electronic devices. I heard that all of a sudden in Italy, there were no more washing machines available because what they needed was a small little chip. But this chip was then taken out of the washing machines and put into much more expensive machines, which were like for bigger industries. These machines were 50,000 euros. A washing machine is 500. So all of a sudden there were no more washing machines because this little microchip, which was only worth like 1 or 2 euros, could not be delivered from China. So these are all supply chain issues, not so much related to safety and health, but we have safety and health supply chain issues since Rana Plaza. You all know this was a big disaster in Bangladesh where a whole building collapsed, and then they realized that, wow, safety, construction safety and supply chain is actually something, and the companies that produce or sell the end product should have also a responsibility in looking after the health and safety of the producers at the origin. And so we are also working on a guide on Vision Zero and the supply chain. Thank you. Next slide. Just some food for thought. You must all have heard of the UN Global Compact. That's 13,500 organizations. We have 16,500 organizations with Vision Zero. And the principles of the Global Compact are also principles of Vision Zero. We want to be ethical because, you know, saving lives, I think it's not only a moral, but also an ethical obligation. We want to look into finances, because if you have the right financial approach, it can actually help you, and that includes safety and health. You might remember the slide at the beginning where I pointed out that you can create a potential benefit, a return on prevention of 2.2 euros if the right safety and health measures are in place. Then, of course, it's a societal responsibility, because you want your spouse to come home safe and sound, so that the breadwinner for the family, you know, will be able to provide for the family. So safety and health is a societal issue, and then environmental as well. As you've seen, we have this guide. Next slide. And we also have a tool for benchmarking. In case you want to measure your safety and health performance against Vision Zero indicators, you can. All of this, again, is free of charge and might not be so relevant for you, but it's important that it's there because many, many companies actually use it. It's a bit of an alternative to ISO. ISO costs lots of money. This is free. And of course, it's not the same thorough analysis because there's no external auditor. You audit yourself, but it's a tool. Okay, next slide. Yeah, and so that is the road we are driving, the road to Vision Zero. And I hope that this was inspirational for you, this little presentation of mine. It's a real shame that you didn't understand the joke about the Colosseum, but maybe it was not a good one, you know, gladiators and Vision Zero. Shantanu approves, that's good, okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Next slide, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Bernd, do you know what is great about Vision Zero? It's, for me, it's that it's a solution that can be implemented in agriculture and other economic sectors. It's very comprehensive, it's so flexible, and you can implement it at any stage of their development, and always remains relevant in its assumptions, and it ensures continuous improvement. It is like the road you showed. There was no end of this road. So it's like, go forward. Okay, thank you very much once again. And now we have another speaker who is not with us, as our colloquium is in a hybrid form. Mr. Ockert Dapper, he is a global program manager of the Vision Zero Fund at the International Labour Organization in Geneva. Vision Zero Fund, we hear another Vision Zero, again during the colloquium, is an initiative of the G7 and aims to reduce work-related deaths, injuries, and diseases in global supply chains. I hope that we are heard, we are seen. Mr. Dapper, please introduce to us the idea of Vision Zero Fund.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very pleased to be here. I'm sorry that I'm not able to join you in Rome. I would have loved to have done so. We had unfortunately, our governance meetings yesterday, our steering committee and advisory committee, and it was really very difficult for me to make it to Rome in time for the colloquium. But thank you so much for the opportunity. We've heard some really interesting presentations today. I've just heard from Bernd. We think the two initiatives, as you've mentioned, there are two Vision Zeros, the Vision Zero campaign and the Vision Zero Fund. I think these are very complementary initiatives. I'm very happy that I can also talk to you a little bit about the Vision Zero Fund today. Let me just go back, and I think Bernd already mentioned this, just to very quickly reiterate the origins of the Vision Zero Fund. This was in 2015. I'm just starting my timer because I want to make sure that I stick to my 20 minutes. The Rana Plaza tragedy, as Bernd mentioned, happened in 2013, and in 2015, the G7 leaders decided to establish the Vision Zero Fund in light of what happened in Rana Plaza. As Bernd mentioned, it was a tragedy. Building collapsed. You can see the picture on the left. More than 1,100 workers died. More than 2,000 workers were very seriously injured. And of course, the failures of Rana Plaza are well known now. I mean, let me mention just a few. The absence, we've talked about a culture of prevention today, and I think there was a clear absence of a culture of prevention, both at the national level in Bangladesh, but also at enterprise or workplace level. We know that there was a very weak, or there still is to some extent, a weak regulatory framework. So we know that the building inspectors didn't do their job properly, should have picked up the issues related to the building structure. We know there are the labor inspector is very weak, have not been able to inspect buildings and inspect workplaces as much as we would like them to do. And then finally, and I think something very relevant to this colloquium, we know that there was no effective public employment injury insurance scheme in the country, which meant that there was no compensation available for the workers and the families. And as a result, as you may know, the brands, the big global buyers had to step in to provide that compensation. So in a nutshell there, I think those are the main elements that the Vision Zero Fund works on. As this is the origin of the fund, the main deficiencies that resulted in Rana Plaza are also the main pillars around which we work. Let me just mention very, very quickly, just to give you a sense, we implement projects around the world. Now, just to say that we are part of the International Labour Organization, so the G7 in 2015 asked the ILO to administer the Vision Zero Fund. I think that gives us a lot of advantages. One, our work is very much steeped in international labor standards, so everything we do is linked to the various international standards, in particular those on occupational safety and health, conventions 155 and 187 in particular, the two new fundamental conventions, and also the conventions related to social security and employment injury insurance, of course. It also gives us access to really tremendous technical expertise. We are situated within the Labor Administration, Labor Inspection, and Occupational Safety and Health branch. And then thirdly, I think very importantly, it gives us in the fund access to the ILO's convening power. As you know, the ILO is a tripartite organization, and we work directly with governments, with workers, and with employers. And the ILO's convening power is really important for us because we implement a model of collective action, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And I think that gives us the access to the different stakeholders with whom we want to engage to address the very serious issues related to occupational safety and health. I don't want to go into the details there, but we do work in a number of supply chains, but we have a lot of projects, in particular in Latin America and in Asia, that focuses on agriculture, which is very relevant for our discussion today. Just to say that those numbers that Bernd mentioned, I mean, are still relevant, but they've been recently updated by the ILO, WHO, and ICO. And you can see the numbers are staggering. I think we're now up to an estimate of 3 million workers dying every year from occupational accidents and diseases. I think those numbers, as we know, that's the tip of the iceberg. We know that these numbers are generally very much undercounted for a variety of reasons, and national systems on which we rely for these figures are not necessarily always very reliable. And studies really indicate that between half and 2/3 of all occupational or workplace injuries and diseases are not reflected and reported in national statistics. But the numbers are still jaw-dropping in a way. If you think about it, 3 million workers, breaking it down, it's 7,500 every day, 300 every hour, 5 every minute. And we have a session now that lasts around two hours, 120 minutes, which means by the end of the session, 600 people would have died because of their work. The second point that I want to make, and this is something that I think has been mentioned before, is there is this distinction between diseases and injuries. And the current estimates are that about 80%, 81%, I think, of all work-related deaths are related to occupational diseases. So the silent killer, I think, of course, the Rana Plazas of the world, the Tazreen fashions, these big industrial accidents, of course, catches the eye of the world, and everybody then focuses on that. But we know that 80% of all deaths are related to occupational diseases. Third point I want to make about the numbers is that they're not equally distributed. So we know that 75%, and this is staggering, 75% of work-related deaths occur in Africa and Asia for a variety of reasons. Workers in the informal economy, in small businesses with poorer safety and health records, absence of labor unions, worker organizations, we know they play a very important role in prevention. People work longer hours. They tend to work in these regions in very hazardous sectors like construction, like agriculture, like mining, like fishing. And we know that in those countries, in those two regions that I've just mentioned, or continents, do not necessarily always have the resources to put into prevention and into research. This is a picture that I wanted to show you. I took it with my cell phone, so it's not super clear, but hopefully it gives you a sense. This is the moment that the ILO, and this is the committee on the General Affairs Committee of the ILO, recognized occupational safety and health as a fundamental principle and right at work. This was taken on the 3rd of June this year. And in fact, I think this is an important development for us to take into account. I don't want to go into the details and the significance of this, but just to say that occupational safety and health is the 5th pillar of the fundamental principles and rights at work now. So since 1998, it has been collective bargaining and freedom of association, forced labor, child labor, non-discrimination. And now this 5th pillar for the first time has been added, and which has major implications. I can just say to you that it places occupational safety and health very high. It was already high as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, but it places it very highly on the global agenda. And of course, it's going to require a lot more assistance from organizations like IFAD, like ISSA, like the ILO, to these countries that are interested in ratifying the 2 fundamental conventions. I think there's going to be a lot more requests. We've already seen that already in the countries in which we work. For instance, in Mexico, we've most recently received a request to help them to ratify Convention 187. And the 2 conventions, again, I mentioned it earlier, the 2 conventions that are now considered to be fundamental conventions are Conventions 155 and 187. Now, very quickly, just to give you a sense of how the fund works. We are, as I say, we're based in the ILO. We have a small secretariat of which I'm part here in Geneva at the ILO, but we have teams around the world. But how do we work? Well, the secretariat, my team, develops project proposals. We have very detailed, and you can look at our strategy if you're interested in this. It's all available on our website for country and sector selection. So in general, we work in least developed, low income and lower middle income countries, and we work in highly hazardous sectors. We have these proposals we take to our steering committee. Our steering committee consists of all of our donors. I can just mention to you, I didn't mention it at the beginning, but the fund has grown tremendously since it started operations in 2016. We now have 12 donors that contribute to the fund, 9 government donors and 3 private sector donors. Siemens, Nike, and Nestle are contributors to the fund. But we take these proposals to the steering committee that then make a decision on whether to support that project or not. We implement a model of collective action. So we're very, very clear that we're only going to invest in countries that are committed to public-private stakeholder engagement, improve working conditions. So we do a lot of preparatory work before we start a project, discussing the project with the different stakeholders, including the tripartite constituents, to get their commitment, because we know that it's going to require joint action to address the problems that we face in global supply chains. And then we promote this model of collective action. And I mean, maybe just to mention to you, this is not, Bernd mentioned the concept of rocket science. This is not rocket science either. We really do believe, and I think experience and the evidence bears this out, that you cannot place the responsibility to address the complex issues in global supply chains related to occupational safety and health. You cannot lay that responsibility at the door of one stakeholder alone. You cannot say to the government of Bangladesh, you are solely responsible to improve the system. We know they have an important role to play, but we know that workers have an important role to play, employers have an important role to play, global brands have an important role to play. So, our idea is really to promote this idea of collective action, to assign in some ways responsibilities to different stakeholders based on their different mandates. And then local ownership. For us, it's really important. So when we design an intervention, when we start a project in a particular country, I told you that we take some time before we start implementing to engage, because we believe that at some point, and we've already seen one of our projects end after 5 years, we are going to leave, and we want to make sure that the learnings are embedded in institutions, in the different stakeholders themselves, because it actually will promote sustainability. So we involve the stakeholders very much from the beginning, from the design of our projects through implementation, to ensure that when we leave, those learnings are not lost and can continue once we leave the country. Very quickly, and I wanted to not go into detail here, but we do follow a particular methodology and a particular approach. As I've mentioned, we select the supply chains, I've mentioned to you already, in the countries. Then we do a very comprehensive assessment of drivers and constraints for occupational safety and health improvements that identify and give us a sense of the entry points for the project. We design these interventions very much in collaboration with the stakeholders on the ground, including the global buyers. So in agriculture, and we work in coffee a lot, in conjunction with the Nestlés, the Nespressos, the Nescafés, the Chibos of the world, who are the major coffee buyers, because we know they have leverage, they have power, they have influence, and we need to involve them in that. We don't implement ourselves all the time. We have a small team on the ground, but we implement through the stakeholders, and of course we guide the implementation. And of course, very important for us is sustainability. I just wanted to mention to you these assessments of drivers and constraints. For those who are interested, we publish all of them. So all our assessments of drivers and constraints, they're relatively lengthy and detailed documents, are published. They're on our website. They are available for download for those who are interested to find out more about the work that we do and the assessments and the evaluations that we do before we actually commence with our interventions. And I can also say finally here, we have now recently produced what we call a synthesis review that takes all these assessments of drivers and constraints in the agriculture sphere, and we've put it together in one document, pulling out the main themes, the main findings, the main drivers, the main constraints that I think would be or could be quite interesting to those who are interested in working or to improve occupational safety and health in the agriculture sector in particular. So that synthesis review is also available on our website. What are the challenges? Again, I'm not going to say anything new to you here. I think you're all very aware of these challenges. We've heard some of them already today. Of course, we're working in a sector that is largely informal, that is largely unorganized. I'm mentioning the unorganized part because we had our steering committee and advisory committee meeting yesterday, and the International Trade Union Confederation is a member of our advisory group, and they also recognize the problems in working in agriculture where union density, worker organizations very low, and we know that in workplaces where workers have a voice, where trade unions are strong, we know that they can speak up for themselves, and we know that conditions are generally better. So it is a challenge. It is also a challenge that is recognized by the international trade union movement. The sector often falls, and we talked about it today, outside traditionally regulatory frameworks. So, often labor inspectors do not reach smallholder farms and the agriculture sector more generally. They're often excluded from employment injury insurance and from occupational health services. And I think there are some really good opportunities to see to what extent one can extend protection to agricultural workers. And I'm hoping that ISSA has done some really good work. We're actually hoping as a fund to also spend a lot more of our effort in our next strategy on extending protection to workers who are not generally protected by the social security system. And I think there's some really interesting, innovative examples and ways of doing so. We've done that before in Madagascar. We've managed to extend occupational health services to seasonal workers, for example, but those are a few and far between. And I think we need to do more work on this. And I think we can partner very, very closely here, I think, with our colleagues in ISSA. Low levels of OSH awareness, which of course means that occupational safety and health is often not viewed as a priority. I think farmers struggle. They have a lot of concerns. OSH is not always at the top of their agenda. And this is what we're trying to do, is to raise awareness of these workers that OSH is in fact very important, and try to help to instill kind of a culture of prevention in the sector as a whole. Weak national OSH system. So we know that the countries in which we work, least developed, low-income countries, the systems are very weak. And I think, we know that the changes we bring about at the workplace level is really not going to be sticking or sustainable unless the national system is improved. So we also work at that level. There are often weak incentives. Certification schemes, for instance, often don't put a price premium on certification. So there's not really an incentive often for smallholders to comply, because they know that improving OSH and improving the conditions will cost money. And if the certification is not going to help them to get a better income, they may not necessarily comply. And private compliance initiative standards, and there are a whole range of them, from fair trade to others, often do not cover what we consider to be the main hazards in agriculture, namely physical, mechanical, biological, ergonomic, and psychosocial. And then my very last slide, which I'll end with, and I think I've got 3 more minutes. What have we learned so far in the Vision Zero Fund? I mean, again, I'm trying to distill these lessons to the essence, so they're not going to be comprehensive. But what we've seen is that often, because we work in low income and these developed countries, we've tried to design solutions that are low cost, but extremely effective. So we do not need to implement very complex and expensive solutions. We've seen great success in implementing low-cost solutions. For instance, the WERS, the WERS protocols related to climate change, water, electrolytes, rest, shade, this can be implemented relatively easily. There are a lot of good examples out there. We've also been able to help farmers to store their tools more safely. For instance, very simple solutions. The lychee farmers in Madagascar, we've designed a basket for them to be able to carry the product that is much more ergonomic, and that was a very much a low-cost solution. So we worked with a local provider. We also used tools that the ILO has developed, the Wind and Wise tools, for those of you who are familiar with it, which I think are very effective in establishing very basic occupational safety and health systems in the agriculture sector. And we also use, and we talked a little bit earlier today about technology, there are some very cheap, affordable, widely available technological solutions like apps and chatbots that we've used with great success in the countries in which we work. Again, I've just mentioned we do work at the national level with public frameworks, with national institutions to strengthen it, because we know, yes, we've seen improvements at the workplace level in the countries in which we work, but we know we need to strengthen the labor inspectorate, we need to strengthen the occupational health services, we need to improve the employment injury insurance system, and we need to extend the coverage to workers that are not necessarily covered. Collective action, we know that bringing in all the stakeholders from the beginning throughout facilitates ownership and sustainability. One thing I wanted to also say that the buyers, and I've mentioned this before, we work very directly with the global buyers in the countries in which we work, and also at the global level, because they have a very important role to play to help us to drive change and to reach scale. Somebody mentioned earlier, the speaker from IFAD, about issue of gender. I think it's important for us as well to adopt a gender sensitive and gender responsive approach. I mean, we've had some missed opportunities, and we're now very conscious of this, that has its affect men and women often very differently, and we need to be very sensitive to that when we design our intervention. And then we talked about climate change a lot. I can just mention to you that at the G7 meeting recently in Germany, I presented pilot projects, proposals on the area of climate change. The G7 endorsed that. The G7 has really encouraged us to do more work on climate change. We've received quite a significant funding from some of our donors this year to work on climate change. I can tell you that we're going to be starting that work relatively soon in Mexico, in Madagascar, and in Vietnam. And in particular, there was an interest in working on climate change induced heat stress in the countries in which we work. And we will be piloting some approaches in Mexico and in Madagascar in the agriculture and also in the construction sectors. So that's going to be, I think, looking to the future, a very important aspect of our work. And we look forward to sharing the results of those projects with you in the years to come. So thank you so much. There's some references to the website. Please feel free to have a look. We've got some very interesting human interest stories. All our research is published on the website. And thank you again to the organizers very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I think I went a little bit over time, 1 minute, so apologies for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. I would like to quote something, a sentence. There are funny things, accidents. You never have them till you are having them. Do you know where it comes from? From a very famous book for not only for children, Winnie the Pooh, and yeah, when we are having them, then it's good to have a system of accidents compensation behind, compensation behind. And I think that we heard a presentation which gives us a picture of building synergy in achieving vision zero accidents and zero occupational diseases in agriculture. And not only in agriculture, because this is the idea for all sectors of economy. Thank you once again. And now we move to another speaker, Dr. Dietmar Essler from the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, EU OSHA, Spain. Dr. Essler will speak on improving compliance with regulation and achieving better practice on occupational safety and health in the European agri-food sector. Dr. Essler is among many responsibilities. He is responsible for projects on economic aspects of occupational safety, such as the cost of accidents and ill health to the society, cost-benefit analysis of health and safety interventions, or how to create economic incentives for better working conditions. Very interesting topics. Dr. Essler, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for having me in the session of Vision Zero, because as Bernd mentioned, we are also, the European Union has adopted the Vision Zero strategy within the EU strategic framework of health and safety. So it's really a pleasure for me to be in the session with you. And yeah, unfortunately, I can also not be with you live in person in Rome, which would have been a great pleasure to be with Bernd and Ockert again, for example, because we are working on Vision Zero in other committees, like in the Global Coalition or in the ILO Global Vision Zero Fund. So I would like to build a little bit the bridge to Vision Zero in the European Union, as Bernd also introduced, and then present some of our projects. So we started a larger activity, which is called Supporting Compliance, and also then looking more specifically on a project which is about the supply chains in the agricultural sector. First, about the European strategy, as Bernd mentioned, it mentions also the Vision Zero approach to avoid work-related deaths. Indeed, the European Parliament has even made a decision that Europe should have no work-related deaths until the year of 2030. So it's a very ambitious aim. And including in the strategy is mentioned so that the data collection should be improved, because we know we have the Eurostat database in Luxembourg, but the reporting rates of countries, for example, are very different. So data is not really comparable. And we are working at the agency, at ISSA, to make data better comparable of the European countries. For example, with our data visualization tools like the European OSH barometer. And we have set up a tripartite working group at EU level from the Advisory Committee Safety and Health. So from all European countries, we have worker representatives, employer representatives, and government representatives in this important committee. And they have a subgroup now created on Vision Zero to decide about certain activities that the EU will undertake. For example, it will be also a big focus in the next year's Swedish presidency of the European Union. And then we want also to strengthen the exchange of labor inspectorates. So with LIC, the Senior Labor Inspectorates Committee, and exchange their experience, good practice in enforcement, which is very decisive, as mentioned also before. And IOSHA has to play an important role in all these activities. Yeah, several speakers also mentioned the figures. We worldwide, we have now broken down the new estimation of WHO ILO for the European Union. So we have many work-related deaths, and maybe, yeah, due to work-related cancer and cardiovascular diseases, injuries, chemical cancers, chronic pulmonary diseases, and asthma. So these are the really, they have the biggest impact in Europe. And we also show these new figures in our OSH barometer data visualization in our website. Now, after this introduction about our relation to Vision Zero, I would like to mention a new activity that started IOSHA last year that is about supporting compliance, where we are looking about how the legislation is actually put into place, how we can support this process from the outside, from the policymakers, from the governments, for example, and also from the social insurance side. We have published a first report in this, led by Professor David Waters, and it's very interesting how to see the different influencing factors. So we are looking at how enforcement practices influence health and safety, Are there innovative inspection approaches? For example, some countries are using artificial intelligence for determining the enterprises they would like to inspect, or we are developing strategic enforcement approaches where we involve several stakeholders. Then we are looking at the prevention services. They are very differently organized in Europe, due also to different social insurance systems. We'll take another look on business incentives, so how we can stimulate with business incentives, for example, with bonus-malus systems in the social insurance systems. How can we stimulate health and safety in the enterprise? And of course, we are looking at the influence of supply chains, how the larger enterprises, the global brands, how they can influence the smaller enterprises via the supply chains positively in health and safety, and then how they also can mention this in the social reporting initiatives like Global Compact or like Global Reporting Initiative, GRI. We have, as I said, we have published a first larger report on this issue where we analyzed all these influencing factors. So due to time reasons, I will not go into much detail here, but here we have on the left hand the influencing factors, and then we say the policy pointers and the research pointers, so what the policy should do, what the research could do, and that is then that we take as a starting point as a ISSA for all the next in-depth projects. So regarding the context, we've already said we need better data, we need better measurement, and I think this WHO-ILO study was a big step in this direction, that we have a harmonized approach for estimating work-related diseases and accidents. Then how we use social norms, how we can use them to amplify health and safety in the enterprises, how we can support the social reporting processes, and what are better ways to promote compliance in this area. Using the business benefits, we heard already, there are studies showing that there's a positive return on investment if you invest in health and safety. Also, we have done a lot of studies in ISSA on this topic, collecting case studies, for example, doing the cost-benefit analysis also for smaller enterprises, which are increasing the productivity. And then we can also look on how we can create incentives, for example, in the social insurance systems, not only the classical bonus-malus systems as we know them, but also promoting prevention activities like investing in safer machinery, like investing in more training. I think there are interesting examples from ENIL in Italy, for example, or in the German accident insurance system. There are a lot of interesting examples also targeting the smaller enterprises to the more for health and safety. I will go later more into a project promoting health and safety through the supply chains. Of course, we are analyzing there the dialogue between buyers and suppliers more in detail, but it has also has to be seen as a, let's say, as an orchestrated approach, because also inspections, national legislation, they play a big role in national supply chains or in multinational supply chains. Just yesterday, I attended another meeting of the ELA, European Labour Authority, where they talked a lot about tackling undeclared work. And there's a lot of connection to health and safety, because the inspectorates, they are checking if they are paying their taxes and social contributions, which is also very important for the social insurance, for example, that they get their contributions. And there's a lot of abuse in multinational supply chains. There are a lot of letterbox companies and so on. And there are really good approaches now to tackle these problems. Then we will also look at prevention services, for example, occupational safety or occupational medicine services for companies. That's very different organized in Europe. So some countries, these services are quite related to the health insurances or to the social insurances. They have been spin-offs from the social insurance. But here's also the challenge, how we reach the smaller companies, the SMEs, with these prevention services, and what are models like we have in Germany, this employer model, so how to target the smaller enterprises. And last but not least, the big important thing of regulation and inspections of enforcement. So if we don't have the real enforcement on the ground, if it's not controlled, how we can then put health and safety into place. And there we are also working on exchanging experiences and best practices here on European level. As said, I would like to present now our LIFT-OSH project, where we are looking into the agricultural sector and the supply chains of the agricultural sector, which is also related now very much to the topic of this conference. Where the agricultural sector is very important. You know, it is 5.5% of GDP in Europe. It employs 23 million workers. It's dominated by some big global buyers like Ockert also mentioned the Nestles, the Coca-Colas, and so on. But then on the other hand, we have many small enterprises, many small farms. The EU also addresses this, for example, with the EU Farm to Fork strategy, where we look at also at the sustainability of farming, of the social situation of workers, because there are many migrant workers in the sector, many seasonal workers who are working in precarious conditions. And we have also seen during the pandemic, for example, a lot of COVID-19 outbreaks, for example, in the meat industry or in the fruit picking industry. So this shows there's a lot of work to be done regarding the working conditions in the agricultural sector. And there's also new supply chain regulation in some countries now, for example, in Germany, the Netherlands, or France. And also the European Parliament decided they would like to bring a European approach to this supply chain legislation. What are the risks of the sector? We have in ISSA survey, which is a European enterprise survey covering 45,000 enterprises in Europe. And here in this project, we are focusing on agriculture and construction. That's why they are marked here. And so in the agriculture, the two biggest risks are risk of accident with machineries and or hand tools, or risk of accidents with vehicles in the course of the work. If we look at other results, so for example, how much is the inspection rate, we see here that agriculture and construction they are high risk sectors, and there are a lot of inspections. Nevertheless, they are still, as said, they are high risk sectors where many accidents are happening. And if we look if there are strategies against stress, because what we will hear also tomorrow in the conference, stress and well-being is a growing problem in the agricultural sector. Depression, also we heard of some suicides, so very tragic. So stress prevention could be improved, and we see here that in the agricultural sector, stress prevention strategies are not very much employed until today, according to the survey here. And what also Ockert said, if we have worker representation, for example, a health and safety committee or a health and safety representative could also help to promote health and safety. And here we see also that agriculture is here in the middle of many sectors in Europe. So only in 15% of the agriculture companies we have a health and safety committee. Only in 55% there's a health and safety representative. So this could also be improved in the sector. Just shortly looking into our LiftOsh project. So we are currently in the phase of field research where we are collecting case studies. We have a consortium of different countries in Europe where we are looking, for example, at supply chains in Denmark or in Spain, and then we have a Spanish supermarket chain, and then how they are dealing with their suppliers. And jointly with this field research, we have stakeholder workshops during the course of the project. At the end, we will do a comparative analysis of these case studies we have collected all over Europe. And the aim is to inspire a process of mutual learning in Europe between the policymakers, between the different organizations, and then in the end, foster a context in health and safety that incentivizes and assists the enterprise to fulfill their obligations under OSH regulation. At the core of the project is the analysis of the process between the buyer and the supplier, for example, between a supermarket chain in Spain and the food producer or food distributor. And then we are looking what are the contractual governance practices. So what are the contracts? How is OSH health and safety included there in the contracts? For example, in the formal agreements. But as we see in the agriculture sector, it's also very much these informal agreements. They often, the contracting parties, they know each other for a long time. There's a long informal communication, and trust is playing a big role, values. Also this we want to analyze in this process. And of course, in this dyad of buyers and suppliers is always to be seen in the context of health and safety regulation in many countries. Also, health and safety in supply chains is already regulated and checked, but also, especially in this agricultural sector, the end customer plays a role because they are getting more and more aware of sustainability issues, of not only of buying ecological food, but also for them it's also important that the food is produced under decent working conditions. We've just done a new survey on this, which is very interesting, that about 80% of workers want to buy food from sustainable working conditions. So how could these case studies look like? So we look at the larger enterprise and the smaller enterprises, which roles plays the supply chain there. For example, if the smaller enterprise has a certified health and safety management system, that could give them better contracts or more contracts in supply chain. The larger enterprise could also mention this in the social reporting. On the other hand, we can involve the social insurance, for example, the accident insurance, giving premiums, incentives for prevention measures, or the labor inspectorates with specific prevention campaigns. An overview about our project. So we started with this overarching review. As a starting point, we already published this report, and starting from this overarching review, we are now going into depth projects, as mentioned, and we have two big streams. Let's say we have on the one hand, we have the market influence, which is more about supply chain influence and about the economic incentives, for example. Then we are also looking on the state influence. What are innovative practices in labor inspection, for example, or what are we doing with the prevention services in Europe? We are collaborating in this project with a lot of other stakeholders, as said, with the ILO Vision Zero Fund, with the ISSA section trade, for example, on supply chains, Then we have, of course, our own network of campaign partners, where are also a lot of global buyers among them, multinationals. We have our focal points in each country, and also the social partners are very important at European level in the agri-food and construction sector. We are also exchanging with the SLIC, with the Senior Labor Inspectorates Committee, regarding innovative inspections. As a conclusion, we can say we have a lot of challenges regarding this project. We have the different national settings in Europe, the different social insurance system, which also makes, for example, we have a different data availability. If you want to use artificial intelligence, for example, to choose your enterprises for inspection, you need a lot of data to feed the systems. And when you are in Scandinavia, where you have a public health system, it's much easier to obtain this data than, for example, in Germany, where you have more the Bismarckian system with different social insurance bodies. Yeah, we have many small enterprises, also with many informal business relations. So there are no codes of conduct also. So everything is based on trust and values. I think we have a lot of opportunities due to new technology to make it more efficient, and we can develop new approaches with the commitment of different stakeholders. What also Ockert talked about it. So from the ILO, there's these approaches of strategic enforcement. And yeah, we can also see, as mentioned, from the consumers, from the workers, that there's more and more demand for sustainable products. And so they can also drive the change to better working conditions in the sector. We have more information, of course, on our website. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear about your OSHA's initiative to promote compliance in OSH, especially in the area of supply chains. And as this topic largely concerns the agriculture sector, I think you can find Dr. Elsler here in this room and online, potential collaborators and supporters of this initiative. And before I will invite you for the coffee break, desired coffee break and stretching. There is a last but not least, the presentation of this panel, the first panel. The final panel presentation, which will be given by Dr. Pedro Delgado Cobos and Mr. Fernando Jamón Imedes, both representing University of Cordoba, Spain, regarding Vision Zero in relation to the European Guide on the Protection of Workers in Agriculture. Both gentlemen have a great OSH experience in various areas and collaboration with ISSA Agriculture section. 3 years ago, we were in Cordoba. Thank you. Just say next.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I'm going to speak on the possibility of modifying the agricultural European Guide, introducing the new Vision Zero strategy. This is a European guide. I was working in this field, and I see that may be interesting to introduce Vision Zero in this guide. Protection of health and safety of agricultural workers. At present, there is not a European level directive, a specific directive for agricultural workers. But maybe that the framework directive 89-391 on the introduction of measures to encourage improvement in the safety and health of workers at work, and other individual directives may be applicable in this sector of activity, in the agriculture sector.
Just next slide. Say next slide.
Next slide.
Magdalena will do it. You don't have to. You don't have to.
The agriculture sector has a particular feature. For example, working in the open air and with heavy machinery and animal isolation at the place of work, low level of training, use of chemical and plant protection products, etc. And this factor increase the risk facing the worker. This is reflected in an accident rate that is higher than the average for other sectors. For this reason, the European Commission considered that the drafting of a non-binding modular guide specific for the protection of workers in the agriculture sector may be useful. And maybe with this guide may produce a reduction in the number of accidents and occupational illness. The European Agricultural Guide on the protection of the health and safety of workers in agriculture, livestock farming, horticulture, and forestry was developed under the technical supervision of a tripartite working group. In this group were representatives of the government, of the employer and worker member. And in the redaction of this guide were participants 9 European countries. This group was established in 2007 by mandate of the Advisory Committee on Safety and Health at Work. This group was responsible for supervising the preparation of the guide, and this group was working from 2008 to 2011. And this guide was published in 2012. This European guide was developed by the technical supervision of this working group. And this group was established in 2007 by mandate of the Advisory Committee on Safety and Health at Work. And this group was responsible for supervising the preparation of the guide, and this group was working from 2008 to 2011, and this guide was published in 2012. In this, the previous, please. Okay. The Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission designed the company KPMG for the development of the project. This company was developing the project with the supervision of the working group. Next, please. These are the institutions represented in the working group. The governmental organization were five represented, one from Poland, from the Central Institute for Labor Protection. I was the representative of the Spanish Instituto Nacional de Seguridad e Higiene en el Trabajo, in English, National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. From France was the Ministère de l'Agriculture. From Ireland, the Health Safety Authority, and from Italy, the Ministero del Lavoro e della Politica Sociale. In this group were two workers representatives, one from Denmark, 3F, and other from Sweden, and 4 representatives of employers, one from Belgium, another from Spain, ISSA, another from the United Kingdom, and the last from Sweden. This was the working group that was working with the company for doing the European guide. Next, please. This guide is based on the result of the risk assessment, legal requirement, and available technological solution, and were carried out several risk assessments on 50 farms in Cyprus, Greece, and the United Kingdom, and the guide was validated in Cyprus, Ireland, and Spain. This guide is a 200-page document with 21 chapters and 11 appendices. It addresses owners, managers, and workers in the agriculture, horticulture, livestock farming, and forestry sectors. And its main purpose is to assist the user in understanding the basic concept of occupational health and safety, carrying out their own risk assessment, improving his infrastructure and workplace conditions, and putting into place procedures that increase the level of safety and health in the establishment. This is the website. In this address, you can find the European Agricultural Guide. It's in all languages of the European Union. Initially, it was only in 3 languages, English, French, and German, but now it's in all languages of the European Commission. Follow me, please. This guide has 21 chapters. This is the relation of chapter, introduction to health and safety, organizing health and safety, risk assessment, planning, training, workforce, health management, personal protective equipment, emergency preparedness and response, children, visitor and third parties, infrastructure, machinery and equipment, transport and vehicle, hazardous substances, sign, growing of crops, livestock, greenhouses. This chapter was proposed by Spain because initially the greenhouses were not in the guide, but in Spain is there is a lot of problem in greenhouses. And the last chapter is forestry. This guide has 11 appendices and CD for quantitative risk assessment. This is the CD that is possible to get together with the guide. This is a CD for quantitative risk assessment. It's very important in this guide, the risk assessment. In this guide, it's possible to do the risk assessment in 2 ways. A qualitative risk assessment or a quantitative risk assessment. As you know, the risk assessment depends on the severity and the probability of the risk, the severity and the probability, both together, multiplying this, this is the risk. And in the case of chemical substances, like the plant protection product, the risk depends on the toxicity of the compound and the exposure. Toxicity is similar to severity, and exposure is similar probability of the risk. And in this guide are two different chapters, and it's possible to do a qualitative risk assessment with five categories of severity and another 5 category of probability. But this category are described by word, low severity, low probability. Is described with word. And the other possibility with this CD is to do a quantitative risk assessment. In this case, the severity is mentioned with a number. The severity may be from 1 to 5, and the probability also from 1 to 5. And multiplying this number, you can calculate the risk. Following, please. As you know, the Vision Zero strategy aims to reduce occupational accident and disease to zero. Vision Zero is an innovative approach to prevention that integrates the 3 dimensions, as you know: safety, health, and well-being. This strategy provides practical tools and solutions such as the Vision 07 Golden Rules. And the launch of the Vision Zero strategy took place during the 2017 World Congress in Singapore. In the previous colloquium to this in Córdoba, in 2019, during this international colloquium was launched Vision Zero as the world prevention strategy in agriculture. And this was the logo of the previous colloquium in Córdoba. Please. Subsequently, 2 Vision Zero summits had been held in November 2019 and May 2022. And also, how have been mentioned, the international section of the ISSA on prevention in agriculture under the leadership of KRUS had published the Vision Zero guidelines for individual farmers and for agriculture companies. Now we are going to see the content of the European guide in relation with the well-being. In this guide, well-being is not mentioned in particular. The Vision Zero word don't appear in this guide, but some ideas are in this guide. This is due because when this guy was writing, the Vision Zero strategy was not. The Vision Zero strategy was after the reduction of this guide. But in the section of the agricultural guide on additional welfare provision in the chapter of workforce, is mentioned several phrases related to Vision Zero strategy. For instance, if relevant, make sure that the workers are able to communicate satisfactorily with their family, especially if the family is far away and cannot be visited often. Also, provide information, instruction, training, and appropriate supervision in a form that can be understood. Arrange for medical care whenever needed. Provide relevant personal protective equipment free of charge. Provide all necessary information relevant for the specific tasks to be carried out. Provide appropriate entertainment of workers if workers live on site, for instance, satellite TV. Allowed for adequate resting time and appreciate that workers may be tired. The fatigue may increase the risk of accident. Respect the worker needs. Talk to them and never ignore their concern. And at the last, ask the worker opinion when appropriate. In conclusion, as the Vision Zero strategy provides practical tools and solutions, such the Vision 07 Golden Rules, it would be interesting to incorporate them into the European Agricultural Guide. The Vision Zero strategy for individual farmers and for agriculture companies, published by the ISSA section on prevention in agriculture, may be useful for the update of the European Agricultural Guide. And at the last, a chapter on well-being could be included based on the documents elaborated on the Vision Zero strategy. Thank you for your attention. And excuse me for my bad English. When I was studying, the language that I was learning was French, no English.
Pedro, thank you very much. I'm so pleased to hear that we can incorporate the Vision Zero with all three pillars to this European guide. So Bernd, it's like the right time for coffee, deserved coffee. But before going for the coffee again, I would like to thank you all the speakers. I think that you share my opinion that that all this was enriching us by knowledge and experiences that was all presented in this panel. And now the deserved coffee. And please don't forget about stretching. We should take care of your health and we should take care of your well-being. Thank you very much. We are around 20 minutes behind our scheduled time. So we are back here 12:30. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. Thank you for round 2 for today at the 40th International Colloquium of the ISSA Agriculture section hosted by IFAD. We have a tight program because we are a little bit running behind schedule. We already have the first speaker here. Yes, Mr. Alun. I was just wondering, Alan or Alun? Alan. Oh, so it's Alan Jones. That's okay. So Alan has a vast experience, over 25 years in EU policy making in the field of agriculture, rural agriculture, what else, health, public health. So without further ado, Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think my background, without going on too much, and so I have a background in occupational safety and health. I worked for 8 years at the European Agency in Bilbao, and for the last 5 years, I've worked in agriculture in an international organization for agricultural development in the Mediterranean. And I've also worked for 3 years in the Food Safety Authority in ISSA. So I have quite a broad agro-food OSH background. So I'm going to try and cover agro-food, OSH, or agro-safety in a wider perspective, and it will be based on a European report. But let me carry on. Next slide, please. So my organization, it's a little bit like an organization like the FAO, but we focus on training and research, and we're focused on the Mediterranean member states. My office happens to be in Zaragoza in Spain, but we have offices in Italy, in Bari. Our headquarters is in Paris. Next slide, please. So why I'm here today is because when I was, one of my major tasks is to develop projects, look for cooperation projects. And the EU OSHA in Bilbao published a call for a study on farm safety in Europe. And I applied with Martina Jacob and John McManara from Ireland. And we were lucky to get awarded the contract. And we worked very closely with Annick Staren, Emmanuel Brun, Elisabetta Iones in Bilbao. Next slide, please. So if the European report was to look at the European situation, to try and look at the present situation, emerging risks, I'll come to that later, but the emerging risks, of course, with digital, how they were dealt with in the digitalization of society, and also climate change, as well as other challenges. But why I'm here today is because the presentation I'm going to do, I've been working in agriculture development and OSH for quite some years, and working with the FAO, obviously they don't talk about OSH. IFAD doesn't talk about OSH as its main priority issue. And that's understandable. They're there to try and feed people, to make sure that rural development works, that young people, that women have an equal say and equal right to work and to sustenance. But what they do work on is pesticides. So they work to combat child labor. So that's the tip of the iceberg. They work on gender and women's health. And we all know that women are some of the least protected in social protection systems. Rural health. Often rural health problems are seen as community problems, but if we think that the major occupation is agriculture, then it's related to the work in many cases, or there's an impact on the family from that. Animal health, zoonotic diseases. Obviously, this is probably also underreported, understudied, the link in illness between animal health diseases. And let's not forget rural poverty. The figures given today from the investment in OSH are not OSH, they're economics. And if we have good health and OSH systems, then surely this should have an impact upon yields and productivity. I've put orchards because there have been many case examples I've looked at where whole orchards were replanted completely to increase productivity by 30%, and it reduced accident levels by the same degree. Just because the ladders were removed from the orchard, we had platforms. So all of these things are interrelated. Next slide, please. So the study, you'll have obviously access to these slides, so I won't go through every point. We all know it's serious, that's why we're here today. But what in the blue text, these are the conclusions of the European study of EU OSHA, and the red ones are where I've tried to find data from the international level. And as you can see, at both EU and international level, this is a serious problem. We are in a dangerous sector, And the number of accidents don't represent the true figure. ILO focuses, and so does FAO, on child labor. I was told yesterday it's 70% of child labor in agriculture. So it's not 60, it's 70. Oh, there are two figures, but according to the FAO, it's 70%. Next slide, please. But what concerns me is the underreporting. Many of you know the Sakurima study from Merisalu and others, that in some cases up to 90% underreporting of accidents in agriculture. And I think this has been echoed from our conversations today with IFAD and the ILO, that basically the statistics are in need of attention. Well, next slide, please. Occupational health issues, I couldn't find much data. So as you can see at the bottom, this is an open question. So occupational health, it's even the European Commission in its EU strategy has not included occupational health in the Vision Zero. So even in Europe, there are challenges. Next slide, please. Again, this is nothing new. I'm not going to tell you anything new today, but what this study did, and this is in Pedro's report as well, the guide. This is from the EC guide that Pedro presented earlier. And these were the top 8 killers in agriculture. And I believe that these top 8 killers, you can debate them, you can say, well, whatever, but they are common probably at the international level, the national European level, that there are many risks. And this is just to show the reality of the danger in agriculture. Next slide, please. Again, some of these figures, there is still 1 death per week in Spain from tractor overturn. And the irony is most of those people dying are not in the statistics because they're not workers and they're not directly covered by European legislation or the Framework Directive. Again, pesticides, chainsaw use in forestry is a big issue. I'm not telling you anything new, but this study is a study which has been accepted by the European Agency in Bilbao as an overview of the sector. So we don't need to discuss anymore, debate whether there's a problem. We have a study that says there is a challenge that we need to deal with. So we need to move on and move to action. Pesticides also for the FAO and the ILO is a big issue. And they have quite a big program there to work on pesticides. We'll hear a presentation later, which I'm looking forward to, on pesticides. And even in Europe now, and I'm involved in the revision of the Sustainable Use Directive on pesticides, there is still a big gap in terms of occupational health in Europe in handling of pesticides. Next slide, please. MSDs, stress. One would think that in developing countries, stress was not an issue. But when I started to look at some literature, I found that there are a number of peer-reviewed journals. I found one from Nigeria on the stress. The issues may be different, but at the end of the day, a farmer needs to survive, needs to feed the family. And there's no bigger stress than self-preservation and survival. Asbestos at the bottom there was not in our report, maybe an oversight. And this is an issue in Spain. I heard from the National Institute in Spain that this is a big issue in terms of farms in Spain and possibly in Europe, because a lot of the barns in farms have old structures with decaying roofs and a lot of asbestos. And what do farmers do with those roofs? Do they call the prevention services? Well, in a number of cases, they bury them. They deal with them themselves. It's the quick thing. I think we mentioned it this morning. The quick thing in farming, sometimes there are many pressures. So asbestos is an issue probably that we need to have in our mind. Next slide, please. The report focused on how to improve the situation from new technologies. So here we went through, we looked at examples, we tried to push prevention and look for solutions with new technologies. And it's sure that new technologies will help improve safety in farming, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. It will be a progressive, gradual change. Like, for example, there are drones now that apply pesticides at a distance. And even when you put the pesticides in the drone, there is an automatic system where you don't have to touch the pesticides and has a safety cap. So there are technologies out there, but those technologies will have a price, and the degree of implementation will be the challenge. And in developing countries, the challenge will be even greater. And also the question, if you have money to invest in a developing country on new technology, will you invest in a pesticides machine or drone which looks after your health, or in a machine that's going to increase your yields and your productivity by 40%? Farmers will go for the increase in their production. So we are always the last list of priorities for farmers, possibly in many cases. And we need to change that. And it comes back to Vision Zero and to demonstrating the value of health and safety in terms of productivity. Next, please. There are challenges. This is not a panacea. New technologies, there isn't much literature out there in terms of in the agricultural sector, but some agricultural groups in Holland and the UK are working on the clutter of multiple systems in farming. And obviously the issue of lone workers, when you have all these wonderful systems and you encourage, they may encourage workers to work alone more. Is that what we really want? So, and we have the automated milking systems as an experience, which is on the whole better, of course, for MSDs, but there is a challenge of monotony and stress. So again, this is not a miracle solution, but new technologies also need to be evaluated when they're put into place in the farm. Next slide, please. Climate change was mentioned this morning, and I'm glad that it's being increasingly introduced into the OSH and the risk assessment approach, because there are many things we take for granted. An act of God, a fire, but who are the people living in rural areas? A lot of farmers and a lot of people have to also clear up the problems afterwards. And in developing countries, it is even more of an accentuated problem. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this because you know these better than myself. You're all OSH professionals, but it would be good to try and do a checklist for climate change for farmers to take into account when they do their risk assessment. Next slide, please. Labour market trends. Again, this is probably the biggest challenge, the self-employed. The EU Framework Directive does not cover self-employed as a directive. Whether individual countries like in Ireland have adopted national legislation, which they have, is another thing. We know in Ireland that, and in the UK, that self-employed are fully covered and included in statistics and prevention services. Other countries, this is not the case. And in terms of reporting as well is a problem, because we don't have a good picture of how many farmers really there are because of the self-employed issue and also of their accidents. In developing countries, I looked also, and they have similar challenges according to the FAO, to IFAD, to the international trade unions in food and agriculture. Last point is temporary seasonal migrant workers. This is a big challenge as well, mainly in Europe, but also in some developing countries. They have people who cross borders and who have probably even less rights than nationals of that country. Next slide, please. Older workers, young workers. Now, of course, young workers for the FAO, child labor. This is an interesting issue. And I think although we don't talk about child labor in Europe, we should be aware, if we want to work internationally, this is a very good entry point in promoting OSH and Vision Zero, because it's the tip of the iceberg. Then we have gender issues. Again, this is a very good entry point, because in developing countries, female workers often don't have access to the right protection, the right systems. They're often not recognized as workers. And I saw one, I don't want to mention the country, but there was a lorry, a truck with 15 female workers on the way to a farm. They died. It was in the newspapers. It was a road accident, but they were on the way to the farm. They were hanging in the back of the truck. 15 women, mothers of children. So the gender issue is very important, because the women's role in developing countries in agriculture is a fundamental labor issue. So that really the conclusion is about promoting decent work agenda. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through these because you'll have the presentation and a lot of it is there. But the FAO and IFAD in their climate change program, the question is, we could possibly think about putting OSH considerations in for workers. So we could mainstream protection for workers into climate change considerations when we look at their programming. Next slide, please. Prevention culture, I think today has to be a starting point for ISSA, for IFAD, and possibly the FAO to do a joint prevention zero awareness campaign in agriculture. I think now we get to know each other and we understand that we have to do something and we have to move towards a better awareness and understanding for the importance of OSH and labor and working conditions. This document here is an IFAD document, and it is standard number 5 in their social, environmental, and climate assessment procedures. So every project at IFAD has to go through Pillar 5, which includes a very nice section on occupational safety and health. So this is something that we're all on board with. Next slide, please. Okay, lots of things, but the accurate reporting, underreporting I've mentioned. We have a framework. We don't have a European directive, but we have ILO Convention C184 and the recommendation 164 on the self-employed. Only 5 EU countries, including France, have adopted C184 and 16 non-EU countries. This is what we need to focus on. I would suggest linking the Prevention Zero Agriculture to these conventions because they are specific to the working conditions in agriculture and provide a good framework. If a member state has to adopt this at their national level, they have to review their legislation, and that opens up the possibility to grab hold of that process and make it even better than the ILO convention. So this was our recommendation to the European Commission. You'll never get a directive in agriculture and safety and health, but get countries to adopt the ILO convention. Thank you to France for leading on that with other countries. I've mentioned the conditionality of FAO IFAD, so we can move on to the next slide, please. Agricultural and extension services. This is a way we need to talk to DG Agri, to FAO, to IFAD, that they're very much focused on agricultural advisory and extension services, and we need to mainstream safety and health and work together with them. So this is something that we could probably work together on. Perhaps we can go to the next slide. This is the big change. The European Commission has finally recognized social conditionality in its agricultural policies, and for the first time ever, health and safety is mainstreamed into a policy of the European Union. And before getting your common agricultural funding, you will have to make sure you haven't got any problems with the labor authorities. So the new one there is 2191152 is about contracts. And this is also, the Commission put out a complaint yesterday against about 10 countries in the EU because they haven't implemented this. I've mentioned IFAD and FAO funding guidelines. So that would be also an area where we could work together on trying to mainstream OSH into agri policy. Next slide, please. The strategic framework at the European level is very horizontal, but there are many issues for us there which we can focus on. There's a list, you can see that later. Next slide, please. And finally, I'll try and finish. The Safe Habitus is a European project which will start from Horizon Europe. I'm part of this project with TIGASC in Ireland and many others. Oxfam, there are country representatives. SVLFG is part of this project. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at risk management tools. We're going to look at examples of accidents. We're going to look for the willingness, look at the willingness to pay for decent working conditions, consumer analysis, and many policy issues. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to talk to you. We want to involve as many people as possible in this project. So this will be for 5 million euros and we start in January. And we would like to link, well, I would like to link ISSA agricultural section to this project as much as possible. Next slide. I think that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. That was a very inspirational speech. I mean, you gave us lots of cool ideas, you know, participating in projects and also launching a joint prevention zero awareness campaign, which I love. You know, we should really talk with IFAD and see how we can actually include the Vision Zero tools and the training into, or mainstream that into agricultural projects and maybe even into your Horizon project. So thank you very much. And let's just move on because time is ticking. The next speakers will be online, so they will not eat with us here. So I don't know how long they will actually speak, but from now on, unfortunately, I have to appeal to everybody to please stick to the time and keep it as short as possible. So our next speakers are from INAIL, Patricia Anzidei and Angelika Schneider-Graziosi. They will join us online. So let's see if they're here. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So
Come
I am
stai?
going... Bene, grazie.
Bene. Okay. Are you alone?
Yes, I'm alone. But Angelica is near me in the other room.
Oh, okay, good.
And I'm going to share. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, it's coming. Not yet. Now we're here. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Patricia.
Okay. So I want to thank you for the opportunity you give us to present the technical and economic support that INAIL provides in promoting safety and health in small agricultural enterprises. And I'm from the INAIL Advisory Department for Risk Assessment and Prevention. And I'm going to introduce the subject by presenting some Italian data on the fatal accidents in the agricultural sector. And INAIL is the Italian Institute for the Compulsory Insurance Against Accidents at Work and Occupational Diseases, and through the advisory departments is committed to ensuring that safety, health, and also well-being are integrated into all our working realities. It supports workers through assistance to victims of occupational diseases and accidents at work, and through initiatives such as rehabilitation and reintegration at work after accidents. It also supports companies by providing information, training, and financial aid for the implementation of health and safety prevention measures in the workplaces. The agricultural sector has some critical issues, we all know that, and that make the management of occupational risks not an easy task, mainly due to the heterogeneity of the activities carried out in agricultural work and the frequent use of inadequately trained seasonal workers and also family members sometimes, and the use of obsolete agricultural machinery and tractors. Furthermore, many companies are very small and have few financial resources to implement effective preventive measures. Thus, the agriculture in Italy is one of the working sectors with the highest rates of occupational diseases, especially musculoskeletal disorders and accidents that often cause serious or fatal injuries to the worker. According to an analytical study we carried out on the modalities of occurrence of 3-year fatal accidents reported to INAIL, there are some specific recurring circumstances for fatal accidents, such as the use of the tractors, but also the fall on the worker of heavy objects, such as trees and branches during pruning and cutting activities. Also there are some cases of work, there are also some cases of fall of the worker while working at height. Every year, 1/4 of deadly accidents in agricultural work involves the tractors, and about 14% of the total deaths are due to tractors rollover. In this table, you can see the data of the 3-year period, 2017-2019, where the accidents are classified on the basis of the main circumstances that cause them. Of the almost 3,600 fatal accidents claimed, about 500 occurred in agricultural activities, more than the 14% of the total. In addition to the most common causes we have already mentioned, the table provides reasons for reflection on some other causes of fatal injuries, such as commuting by car or by bicycles, and strokes or heart attacks. The high incidence of bicycle investment is probably depending on how often these vehicles are used in the agricultural context, and the lack of reserved roads specifically designed for them. While the high incidence of strokes that occur during agricultural work activities make it critical to reiterate the importance of ascertaining physical fitness to carry out tasks that often involves a high degree of stress for the body, especially in the hotter seasons. Also considering that the agricultural is a solitary work. This picture shows the fatal accidents from the same period, the same 3 years period, distributed by area of competence. Puglia is the region with more cases in relation to the absolute numbers of accidents, followed by Emilia-Romagna, Sicilia, and Toscana. Puglia is one of the main agricultural centers of the country and suffers more than other regions do the negative effects of irregular work. Among the circumstances of the accidents involving the tractors, mostly we have found the worker was crushed by the tractor overturning. But there were also several cases of investments, half of which by a tractor without a driver on board. Generally because the victims get on and get off the moving tractor. And also many fatal cases involving workers falling off the tractor and being run over. Other cases were related to workers stuck in moving parts of the machinery, especially during maintenance operations carried out extemporaneously directly in the field. But let's see some more details of these fatal cases. While driving the tractor, 1/3 of the deaths occurred traveling from one place of work to another. While not driving a tractor, many cases were investment of people only working nearby a moving tractor. Thus, many injured people weren't exactly using the machinery where the accidents occurred. Talking about numbers, immediately following the use of the tractors, the fall of trees and branches and the fall from the height of the workers are among the main cause of death, especially if we do not consider the strokes and the car accidents. Trees fall unexpectedly due to wind, wrong cutting direction, landslides, and rotten trunks and roots, while the falling of the workers occurs mainly during pruning, harvesting of fruit with ladders, and maintenance of agricultural sheds. So the adoption of safer working practices are absolutely needed. Is absolutely needed. In conclusion, although claims are very diversified, it's clear that many of the cases in which the injured person was driving the tractor, working at height, or pruning a tree could have had much less serious effects or could be completely avoided with the availability and correct use of ordinary protective devices and the adoption of safe working practices. INEL provides educational tools, technical and economic support, and promotes setting of preventional measures to reduce the effect of these accidents and their number. And my colleague Angelica is now going to explain it in detail in her presentation. Thank you. I leave to Angelica the scene.
Thank you, Patrizia. If you unshare your screen, I can share mine. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think you should see it now. So let's continue the presentation. We can now see some of INEL initiatives to support farms for the improvement of health and safety at work. First of all, I'd like to mention the publications available on INEL website aimed at raise awareness on risks in agriculture, and also the technical guidelines regarding specific aspects of safety of tractors and agricultural machines. But what I will focus on are the financial tools provided by INEL. I'm referring to what we call ISSA, it's an Italian acronym, calls for funding that are issued every year by INEL. Here in the table, you can see the budget granted, made available by INEL from 1916 to 1991. And the allocation, what I can say is that the allocation of funds is performed following a ranking which is made considering the time of arrival of funding request. So the holdings that get the higher positions in the ranking can get a non-repayable grant up to 40% of the project cost, which can rise to or up to 50% for young farmers, getting even 60,000 euros that have to be used for the purchase of brand new tractors and agricultural machinery. The calls for funding have minor changes year by year to get a continuous improvement of this instrument. If we look at the 2021 ISSA call, we can see what are the technical requirements of tractors and agricultural machinery. And I would like to focus on the second requirement, which must be one of these three indicated in the table. And because this requirement is strictly connected to safety and health at work. And in particular, the first two requirements involve the substitution of owned tractor and machinery in substitution of the new ones that to be purchased. The difference is that in the first case, the tractor or machinery is obsolete, that is, it's older than the certain age. And in the second case, the tractor or machinery is not so old and can be sold to the dealer of the new ones. In the first case, on the opposite, it has to be scrapped to avoid the maintenance in the market of second-hand machinery and tractors. The third possibility is the mechanization of manual work. Let's see now a couple of examples of the expected improvements. We have seen that tractor rollover is a very dangerous event because of the possibility of crashing for the operator. It is estimated that in Italy, more than 1 million tractors are not equipped with rollover protective structures and seat belts due to their obsolescence. And this is, of course, this lack create the conditions for such events. And now ropes and seat belts are mandatory according to the European regulations, but INAIL Easy Call provide that ropes structure has to be a cabin and not a folding frame to be sure that the safety volume is maintained in the event of rollover. Moreover, the new tractors have an alarm that alerts the operator if he leaves the driving position without applying the brake. This is not, unfortunately, yet an automatic protection, but at least there's an alarm. And another example regards the mechanization of manual work. We know that musculoskeletal disorders are the main occupational disease in agriculture. 3/4 of occupational diseases cases are musculoskeletal disorders, mainly half of them back pain and the other half pain in the upper limbs, especially shoulders. And this is because many agricultural operations are carried out manually, especially in Italy, the harvesting of fruits and vegetables. So by financing the machines to help these agricultural phases, operations, all risks related to awkward postures, repetitive movements, and manual lifting and carrying of loads can be strongly reduced, as well as the falls from ladders. Here in the slide, you can see some types of machines for the mechanization of manual work. And it is interesting to note that in some cases, as in the case of orchard platform, the work is still manual, but the operator works at the height of the branches, so they don't have to keep a posture with raised arms and avoid so the musculoskeletal disorders that can be provoked by this posture. In conclusion, the renewal of work equipment is a very important point in the protection of workers from events that can have a fatal outcome. And due to the limited resources to micro and small farms, an economic support in this field can be a very valid tool, very effective tool, complementary to other initiatives as information and others. And finally, I just want to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica, and thank you, Patricia, for your very interesting presentation and raising awareness regarding the farm vehicles issues. And yes, over 14% of all fatal accidents happening in the agriculture. That's quite shocking. But yeah, you also showed some good news, you know, that there are new solutions inside, and I think there is a positive outlook to that. So thank you very much, INAIL, for your great contribution. I'm conscious of time. The next speaker is Magdalena Wachnicka-Witzke. And so for you and for all following speakers, may I ask you to please be rather short in your presentations. Otherwise, we won't have food, and we're here at a very important organization which deals with food. So that would be important. Thank you. The floor is yours. And your presentation, I think, is, does accident prevention pay off? So what do you say? Does it pay off?
Money, 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 always sunny. I'm not going to talk, I will sing. It's already a tradition that ISSA Agriculture Sections members are singing when having presentations. Yeah, let's talk about money. If you just could forget about social impact on prevention and focus on economic aspects of prevention. So let's answer this question. Does accident prevention really pay off? Next slide, please. Before coming to data, KRUS data, I would like to actually repeat, because we heard already the global statistics, and I see this number and I think about Warsaw inhabitants. It is like disappearing one big city during the year, 2.3 million deaths per year. Can you imagine that? This is terrible. It is, just think about it. Like I think about my hometown, a home city, and I think it disappears during the year. And when we think about economic aspect of this situation, it's 4% of global gross domestic product. And during the countries, it varies from 1.8 to 6%. So it is a very difficult situation, even from the economic point of view. But we still keep in mind that there is a social impact, but just think about the numbers and money behind this. And now let's move to KRUS. So you already heard a lot about KRUS. We have already more than 30 years experience in insurances, benefits, prevention, accident prevention, and occupational rehabilitation for farmers. And just some numbers: 1 headquarters, 16 regional branches, 256 local offices, more than 6,000 employees, of which 543 people dealing with preventive activities. And the scale of our activities can be seen with the two other numbers you can see in this presentation. This is a number of insured, more than 1 million, and the same, more or less the same number of beneficiaries, more than 1 million. Next slide, please. You also heard about our very wide range of preventive actions, and just another numbers. Before pandemic, if you can see 2019, this was during the year around 12 I want to say million. Yes, no, that was not million, but 12,000 activities during the year. And this was offered to around, yeah, that's a bit more than 500,000 people. During the pandemic, the situation changed. We actually had to lower of our activities that were based on this direct contact face-to-face, and we focus on more digitalized ones. Next slide. And now the numbers. When we think about the number of insured in KRUS, you can see that for the last 10 years, this number is decreasing. And people are struggling when I say, oh, it's decreasing. But actually what we see, it's a positive trend behind, because it is accompanied with the changes in positive changes in the agrarian structure. So I would say that this number, we are not afraid of this number, because we see that the farms are a bit bigger. The average size of the farm in Poland is more than 10 hectares. Next slide. The numbers of accidents. We are very happy to see these numbers. During that period, this is more than 25 years, the decrease was significant, because it was more than 80%. Of course, this is not enough. We keep the direction to Vision Zero, so we would like to see the zero number, but we are happy with the current result. Of course, you can put attention to last 2 years, 2020, 2021, and these were the years of pandemic. And this is, of course, the period which requires in-depth analysis still, but we know that pandemic caused, among others, some changes in procedures regarding, for instance, the procedures related to reporting the accidents. So that might be that the accidents that happened during the 2020 were reported 2021. Because as you can see, you can compare the years 2019 and 2020, there was it's really significant drop in the number of accidents. Next slide. The most drastic accidents, fatal accidents. We also are very happy because the decrease in the number of fatal accidents during the given period is more than 85%. But again, our aim is to see once the year with the 0 accidents. Next slide. And now money. To make it easier for you, wherever now you will see the red color, it means money. So this red line shows us how much money we have for our preventive budget per year. And to make it even more clear, you can see how much is it per one insured person. And this is this doesn't exceed even €1, because I make all this amount in euros. So for the years, it was like 30 euro cents. And in 2018, you can see that this number was doubled. So 60 euro cents per one insured person. So this is how much I could say, invest in prevention. And what is the outcome of this? That is why I put this question here. What is the impact of increased prevention budget on accident rate? As when you can see, we notice the drop in the accidents rate. And we calculate accidents rate like the number of accidents per 1,000 insured. And we are happy with this result, that the more money we put, the better results we get. But of course, nobody would like to increase, because then it is a question of how much we can get for the prevention. So let's move to another slide. And I put here another question. Are there any socio-economic effects of the decrease in the number of accidents? Yes, they are. And we use this potential that we decrease the number of accidents, because you see the red line again, money. So this is the average amount of one-off compensation. And during the last 10 years, this actually significantly increased. It actually doubled. And I want to tell you that within this 10 years, that was not the inflationary adjustment. Of course, there was inflation, but it is not the inflation we are talking about this year. So this was the real increase of one-off compensation. But of course, then you can ask me, so what was the effect for the total budget we spent on one-off compensation paid during the year? Next slide. And the answer comes because with the decrease of the number of accidents, the total amount of one-off compensation we paid during the year was not higher. So you remember, we increased the single amount for one-off compensation. I'm talking about 1% of injury, which is calculated, but the total budget actually showing the decreasing trend. Next slide, please. And when we take into consideration the most dramatic events, which are fatal accidents, the total amount of one-off compensations has hardly changed, but the average amount of compensation for the spouse or child of the person who died has doubled in this period. So you can of course ask me the question, what about the structure of the percentage of injury, for instance? So I checked it, and within the given period, it hasn't changed. So it was the same. But what I wanted to show you, next slide, please. What I wanted to show you with this selective economic aspect of prevention measures is to answer the question, yes, prevention pays off. And it's proof with the statistics. I mean, we can also show because Bernd asked me to keep it really short. So there is not really a time to include in this analyzed data the cases of declared incapacity due to the accident at agricultural work or an agricultural occupational disease. But it is still something that could be included in this economic analysis. But the data presented, in my opinion, give grounds to conclude that prevention pays off, both from the point of view of social responsibility and economic efficiency. And that is why I would encourage everyone to join our Vision Zero family and become a member of ISSA Agriculture section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdalena. Prevention pays off. It's an important message. You have shown that with a lot of figures and numbers.
Yeah, time is money. Was it really short?
It was okay time-wise, so let's see. I mean, yes, so let's just move on to the next speaker, please. This time virtual. We have Mr. Tomasz Szydzbowski. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He is a renowned business executive in agricultural enterprises, has been a lecturer on agricultural topics at university, and we're happy to have you here, Mr. Szydzbowski. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for introduction and invitation to have a few minutes with you on agriculture itself, really, from the practical side, and especially about the aspect of regenerative agriculture, which I want to touch on. So today, agriculture is facing great challenges. On one hand, we are dealing with increasing needs to feed the global growing population. On the other hand, with devastating soil degradation due to intensive conventional agriculture and progressive climate change, we are dealing with those challenges as well. So we decide today how the future of agriculture will be, really, with a very fast growth in technology development, as well as other practices, being region practices, I hope, going into the future. Therefore, we decide about really the future now of how healthy will be our soil and the environment. So we are observing across the globe the erosion of the crop rotation in a huge agriculture, and this is a huge agriculture challenge. Now, in terms of cereals, the average across the globe, there is 80% of cereal crops being planted in the whole rotation, which is like almost, you would say, a monoculture. This is dramatically reducing biodiversity. The simplification in rotation decreases the content of humus in the soil, and hence the reduction of the buffer capacity of the soil, which is very important during such drought periods which we are experiencing over the last years. However, having said all of that, agriculture has enormous potential and a real answer to those challenges, significantly reducing CO2 emission, thanks to sequestration of atmospheric carbon dioxide. Fixation, in other words, fixation of the organic carbon in the soil. This is the key. Regenerative farming is a natural way to stop and even reverse sometimes the climate changes. I wouldn't skip yet. Please, thank you for the help with the slides. Yes, I would stay still with that one. We're still watching the time. I will be speeding up. So increasing the soil fertility by bringing the soil into the natural state, biological state, is the key. So growing, therefore, up in humus and properly balanced sorption complex with ions of calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, has a great water capacity. Thanks to its ability to ion exchange, therefore, such soil is enabled to accumulate and provide plants with the nutrients and water necessary for their growth and development. That's the key. Now, watching at this slide particularly, following on what I said, we have to really look at choosing the biological methods and focus on biological methods, but looking at the whole scene in a very holistic way. So it's a complex issue. We have to cover the whole ground. We cannot pick up the fragments of the soil elements, addressing the fragments of the problems, addressing the lack of magnesium, but not seeing the whole calcium issue, etc., and how the ions are interfering between themselves. So the holistic approach is fundamental. It's all about understanding. The region ag is about first understanding the biological, biochemistry, physical chemistry processes in the soil, and then applying the adequate actions when growing the crops. So it means we want to reduce the chemical usage, definitely, use it only when it's absolutely necessary, when there's no alternative, and also use less tillage, so less interference. By doing that, if you read the bottom line from right to left, by working with the soil, improving its quality and health itself, biological life of the soil, by also increasing the microbes development in the soil, therefore, we are creating the better balance of different nutrients, then to be better absorbed by the plants. And at the same time, by minimizing certain aggressive actions into the soil, we are improving or implementing better practices in terms of environment protection. And in the end of the day, what is the most important for the consumer, we are producing safer from point of view of quality food for the final customer. Next slide, please. Thank you for assistance again. So how does it work really? By supporting the biological agriculture, we help our planet to regenerate the carbon sequestration, prevent soil sterilization and water contamination. So we try to preserve, regenerate from the state we brought our soils and environment to. We have to now regenerate it back. So that's where the name comes from. So we are responding to a climate change. We are talking about a wide range of stakeholders. We are approaching with this region ag, including national government, including food processors, obviously consumers, investors, etc., etc. So how does it work? It's not only not to do any harm to the land, but actually actively using the knowledge, improve the soil quality by using the best technologies we have available and the best practices to revitalize the soil and the environment. So we are saying environmental benefits, yes, we are able to reduce significantly and reverse even carbon footprint. We are reducing the usage of chemical and fertilizers. We are reducing the fuel usage, and we are better managing the moisture. By doing all of that, the margin, that's the important bit, the margins and yields are improving as well. And we are reducing the costs because we are making the soil to work for us. It's a paradox, isn't it? We interfere less with the soil, we provide less to it, theoretically, but at the same time, helping soil to regenerate itself, to not interfere. And by doing that, we are, and I will be using this word a bit more often, the trust. We are building the trust between farming activities, so production, primary production sector, food processing companies, and the consumer. That's the very important thing, this alignment. So the farmers are benefiting, the environment is benefiting, farmers are benefiting, and at the end of the day, what is most important, the consumers are benefiting, having a better quality, healthier food. Next, please. So we have those challenges I've mentioned right in the beginning. We are having ongoing climate change processes, which are negative from a growing crops point of view. How the Regional Ag responds to it? By reducing the carbon emissions, increasing and capturing and sequestrate this into the soil, building it into the soil organic matter. Then how we respond to depletion of the fertile topsoils. We don't have time here, but believe me, March of this year, we have a film from the middle west of Poland where we could observe the wind storms, sandy storms, we would call it, like on the desert, taking the sand from open fields across, kilometers across. It was really frightening to watch. So what is the response here? We are reducing the tillage, yes, so we don't disturb the soil, but also we've put a cover crops. By increasing organic matters, the soil will respond better to crops growing on it. And this is one of the way of preserving the soil erosion at the same time. So I've mentioned also decreasing of agriculture inputs. So we maximize the efficiency of those inputs, reduce the amounts, using it better when it's only needed. The same with fertilizers, mineral fertilizers, obviously. And how we respond to reduce biodiversity? We are growing much more intensive rotation, as we would call in our word. So we use the cover crops and interim crops between the main crops through all the seasons to make soil working all the time through. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just an example. It's also a frightening picture. Whatever we think how humans are influencing the climate change, but these are the facts of the physical nature, meteor nature. The combined drought indicator, CDI, which consists of the three indicators: the standardized participation index, soil moisture anomaly, and fraction of absorbed photosynthetically active radiation. Those three are building the CDI, which then is shown here across Europe and part of Africa here and going a bit east, and see how frightening it is. We have a lot of red alerts in terms of measuring vegetation stress and the soil moisture deficits, and therefore plants suffering badly. So in terms of, obviously, yield, yes, but also quality. So that's what we are facing today. If I ask now the next slide, and this is this year, obviously, August 22. So to summarize this and going slightly more into details, but as fast as possible, to make it short, how we could describe all these activities. What are the key elements of the Region Ag? First of all, we are looking at the calcium, which is the most important soil nutrient and makes it really fertile. The ratio of calcium and magnesium as well that determines the compactness of the soil. Very important. So we need more air in the soil. Calcium helps to get there. It decides whether the soil is and how the roots are growing in the soil freely or less. So how compacted is the soil, as I mentioned earlier. So also determines, the calcium determines the absorption of nutrients and affects the pH of the soil, obviously. So very important element. We cannot see it in a vacuum. The next thing is carbon. It's organic matter that feeds microorganisms in the soil. Very important. It allows the real life of the soil, as we could call it, and increase the biological activity of the soil. Is essential. Organic carbon is essential for any ecosystem to build, to make it alive and healthy. Then we have cultivations. I've already we have cover crops on the way, sorry. Cover crops, increasing of cover crops, I mentioned earlier, keep roots alive all the time. The soil is working. Soil is therefore active all the time, is enrich itself in the organic matter. We are also fighting against the erosion, the surface erosion of the soil by using the cover crops. So that's how we manage to keep the microflora of the soil working all the time. So we are feeding the interim and cover crops. They are going back to the soil and feeding the next generation of the crops, which are the main crops, which we'll then use for our consumptions finally. Cultivation, minimize, do not disturb the soil, minimize their activity, make it as shallow as possible. Again, help the roots to work the soil, help the roots to build a better structure of the soil, using the best its nutrients and cultivating the soil themselves, really. And then we would use the word as a fifth C, culture, by which we mean the real symbiosis with your environment. Yes, how you see this holistic picture altogether, how you can collaborate with your plants, with your flora in the soil, but also in your neighbors, with any other useful insects around, like bees and others. So that's a whole complex again. That's this holistic approach to the culture around the region act itself. The next slide, please. So, okay, this was a bit of biology, let's say. But now, money, as my predecessor said, Magdalena, what about money? I don't have it in red here, but I think the trends are very, very clear. This is not the theory. We are in regional farming practices in top funds group and across the spearhead now, introducing in other countries in Europe for the last 10 years. So we've recorded all our activities and measured them in value, money terms, and volume terms. And what we have achieved over the years now, almost 10 years of activity, we've reduced the inputs significantly. We used less mineral fertilizers. We lowered the liming costs. That's interesting. After 2-3 years, the soil is now balancing itself better, so we don't need to be so aggressive. We had to increase the natural fertilizers, yes, but we've also covered more soils with the cover crops, which I mentioned earlier. So over the years, we've achieved the organic method measured increase from 172 to over 3 years to 188, and the carbon itself from almost 1 to 1.1. Those are big increases in percentage terms. They are very significant. This is unheard of, really, and this is very, very satisfactory to us and bringing us a lot of satisfaction from that results. Because what is the most important, we see it also on the fields visually. If you could come, and you are very much invited to our fields this year and next year, you can see the difference visually. So we've decreased the costs in a material way by just applying a regional act. Please, could you turn to the next slide? So this is probably, if you would ask me to show in one slide, this would be that one. Because what is very important from our point of view, taking this holistic approach, is yes, you look at your field. So if you go from the left against the clockwise cycle, you support the biological life of your soil on your farm. Yes, we described it very briefly. You increase your crop rotation management. You've also managed your livestock in a way that you use as much as possible organic matter to be brought back to the soil. You look after your water irrigation systems. Very important. We use a lot of artificial lakes. We have great results how by mini storing and making small water reservoirs, how we can not only retain more water, but also how we bring other benefits to the environment around, more birds, more fish, just influencing the environment. So all water retention programs and small retentions and bigger retentions if possible. By all these activities, we are minimizing the erosion of the soil. Yes, we are positively influencing the grassland and pastures. We are implementing the integrated but minimized the plant protection chemical activities, bringing the soil again to the higher fertility. And we are also now implementing energy programs as a biogas, as a photovoltaic, so electricity production using the waste materials, etc. So that's a combined picture. And if this is the village and this is our farm, you can think immediately how symbiotically you can work with your neighbors, exchange technology, know-how, share with the water. You don't need your water every year in the rotation for every crop, so you can share with the neighbors. So it's a lot to talk about. The social aspects as well, not only purely on your farm. If we turn to the next slide, I try to speed up, I promise. Now, quickly about certification program. So having said that, we want to share. We want to share with the others. So we've invented the first in Europe, and I think one of the first in the world. I've recently heard about the other one in the US. But this is a combined complex certification program. We've created a Terra Nostra Foundation to run that. And this is, as I said, complex certification program to become a region ARC farmer. So again, about understanding how it works, then how we can demonstrate that it works and share with other farmers by using the certificate. Finally, if we can turn to the next slide, please. Thank you. We are covering all what I've said in the certification program, where each of these areas is precisely described. We are scoring the points. It takes 2 to 3 years to convert the farm into region ARC. So we watch all these areas: crop rotation, cover crops, cultivation, chemical, not read them, but also seeds. Yes. In the end, getting the product quality, which can be also measured. In the end, our primary product, which we produce, to close the whole cycle. So that's the certification program, which covers all of that aspects. And if we turn to next slides, please, thank you, which therefore can bring us the following benefits, really. In terms of money, yes, today, as I mentioned earlier and described, we've proven we can increase the yield, we can reduce the input costs, and we can store more carbon. Yes, we can sequestrate CO2, store more carbon in the soil. Therefore, what is coming to us, all these various eco schemes and premiums for certified products, this we are able to already address and cover. And if you look at the farmer, healthier soil, better business. This reputation and trust building I mentioned earlier, this also comes here. For food industry, it's about carbon footprint and this traceability, yes. High quality products, yes. Using certification on final product to customer, yes. So you're building now the links with the industries, with the food industries, to get them involved in recognizing how important it is, the healthy production of the food, to get the healthy food in the end. So addressing customers with a higher quality, addressing with this environmental approach, all this is important in building, not only delivering the high quality of product, but also building this trust. And if you look at the next slide, please, then which having thank you, I will just to summarize this in the following way. So it's very satisfactory. I can promise you how much satisfaction we are getting from this production. We can see on the ground the better quality of the crops with the good yields. So satisfaction is one. We are now monetizing this through the footprint schemes and addressing the food industries, very important. But also I would like to make a little comment about the health and safety in that aspect, because we are adding to the certification the elements of management, control, and health and safety issues whilst working on the farm. So this certification tool helps us to address those areas and add those issues to the program. But we've already observed that there is a less exposure to aggressive technologies. Minimum till, by definition, it limits a lot of aggressive action on the fields with heavy machinery. We are building the higher awareness of environment itself. And you know what? We are getting a bit less stress and higher satisfaction in the end, growing the healthy, better, and higher margin crops. So that's, I think, I summarize addressing health and safety of it towards your direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zibowski. It's great, an amazing insight presentation on how to transform soil and how to get the best out of it in a rather green way and a healthy way for everyone. So thank you very much for your insights. I'm personally very impressed and very touched by your presentation. And with this, let's move on to our last speaker this morning. It is Mr. Sashkila Chandrasekhar, who is the chair of the Scientific Committee on Rural Health, Agriculture, Pesticides and Organic Dusts of the ICO Commission. And I'm pleased to have her here virtually, I hope. I hope she's there. And so we are waiting. Hello. Magdalena, is she here or not?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Now we can see you. Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm indeed happy and honored to take part in this conference as a speaker. And I thank.
Can I just interrupt you? Is it possible for you to maybe be a bit closer to the microphone because we can't hear you very well? Just try again, say hello. I think it's fine now.
Hello.
Much better, yes, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now much better, yes.
So I'm indeed happy and honored to take part in this conference as a speaker. And I thank the organizers, ISSA Agriculture Section, for giving me this nice opportunity. I will share my presentation without losing time. I think, okay.
Well, we cannot really see your presentation for some strange reason. Magdalena, is she host or co-host? Can she say she's share? Now it's there. Perfect. It's coming. Yeah, it's great. Okay, please.
I'm not able to see this. Okay. Okay. My topic is pesticide issues in developing countries and means of mitigation. Pesticides hazard is gaining importance globally, whether it is a developing country or a developed country. So ICO, Scientific Committee on Rural Health, is committed to this important subject, and we have taken it up in many international conferences. Pesticides being a sensitive subject, this disclaimer's note is added. Coming to the pesticide-induced toxicity, if you see globally, about 300,000 people die each year from pesticide poisoning. And most of these are in the developing countries. Many of the deaths are suicides because of the wide availability of pesticides. Anyone can go and get it from the shop. There is no license or anything required. So this is the main reason for that. And 15 to 20% of total suicides, if you see globally, that is due to pesticides. And if you see unintentional accidental poisoning, it is about 10,000 fatalities per year. But in the developing countries, there is no exact data available for pesticide poisoning. And there is underreporting of accidental deaths and suicide, mainly due to pesticide poisoning. And suicide in farmers is increasing in alarming number. That is the main problem in the mostly developing countries. Because to increase for the growing population, to increase the production of food, use of pesticides and chemical fertilizers increased. Apart from the big enterprises, even small farmers, they started using the high strength pesticides and fertilizers, and health and safety went into the background. Either the precautions were less or it was not observed at all. And for highly hazardous pesticides, it affects not only the farm workers, and it affects the environment and health of people in the surrounding areas by polluting food and water. So this issue is an occupational health and a public health issue. So there are different types of pesticides. So organochlorines, mostly it is being banned, and organophosphates, glyphosates, pyrethroids, etc. Highly hazardous pesticides are lethal, and especially this is the problem in the developing countries for high fatality because of the ready access, as I told earlier. And it is stored in the homes in rural areas, the easy option for poisoning. And majority of deaths are due to the occupational use, sometimes due to accidental consumption and suicide, of course. Most pesticides, suicides are impulsive. So it is due to stress. So if it is, if the highly hazardous pesticides is banned, but only lower lethal pesticides are there, then the increase of, we have the chance to increase the survival of these patients, and many lives can be saved. So exposure to pesticides can be occupational or environmental exposure. Occupational, either it is the workers are either they are exposed in the industry where the pesticides are manufactured, or it is agriculture or farm workers. When it comes to environmental, this is spread through air, soil, and water. So it's a public health issue, and people residing in the surrounding areas are affected. And apart from this, during pesticide spraying and mixing, the bystanders, especially the co-workers and family members like women and children, they are exposed. And the other thing is the domestic use, what we use in the insecticides, what we use for domestic use. And the last one is the pesticide residue in the food products after the manufacture. So effect of synthetic pesticides, it has an effect on the ecosystem because of the contamination of soil and water. It can produce acute and chronic effects, and because it can remain in the environment for many years. Mostly it is the irritation of eyes and respiratory tract, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease at the end stage, and the hypersensitivity and pneumonitis, skin allergic reactions, neurotoxicity, endocrinal disruption, cancer, and depression. Pesticides produce depression, and this leads to suicidal tendency. And there are many papers which shows that pesticides are responsible for suicides. So, and effects on reproductive system and development, especially in children, male children, and effects on the pregnant women and fetus, producing congenital anomalies like cleft palate, theft, even the heart congenital anomalies, and many congenital anomalies are known. So the tools, the monitoring has to be done for risk assessment. It can be either continuous or repetitive measurement of chemicals to assess the assessment of health-related conditions. It can be either personal monitoring, that is measurement of the chemicals in the inhaled air, or through skin absorption in the workplace environment, and biological monitoring, measurement of this biological specimens of metabolites of these chemicals in urine, blood, hair, etc. The Bhopal gas disaster, it's one of the world's worst industrial disaster. It happened in India in December 1984. About 10,000 people died in 3 days. About 25,000 died in 1994. After this, a lot of legislations came about, and then Environmental Protection Act came about, and then a Factories Act was amended in 1987 after this tragedy. Highly hazardous pesticide, especially in India, if you see, monocrotophos, which comes under the WHO class 1A, it's an organophosphate. It is banned in 112 countries. And India, it was allowed for cotton, but was used for other crops also. So it was banned finally in 2020. Endosulfan is another class 1B pesticide, which was banned globally in Stockholm Convention 2001, but India was to phase out by 2017 only. And now, now it is banned here. But paraquat is a class 2 pesticide, which has grave hazardous health effects. It is banned in many countries, but used in India and many developing countries also. So glyphosate is another weedicide, and it was controversial, linked to kidney damage and esophageal carcinoma, lymphomas, etc. So organophosphorus poisoning is mainly the thing, we see a lot of cases in the hospitals. Mild cases, they don't come to the hospital, so we don't see, but moderate cases and severe cases, they come, and then it is very difficult when they come at the end, very difficult to save the patient. See, it commonly occurs because of the skin and eye contact while spraying or with concentrate while they are mixing the concentrate. And it can be absorbed in the lungs because of the if they inhale the pesticide while spraying. And the ingestion is very rare, maybe unless taken intentionally. So route of absorption, because it is respiratory, skin and contact and ingestion. Pulmonary function test we do. Pesticide metabolite estimation in urine. That is, either it can be a spot sample or 24-hour sample can be taken. And serum cholesterol estimation, it is recommended once in 30 days, but we are not able to do for the whole, for all the farmers, because only maybe the corporate enterprises they can do, but it is very, very difficult. So mostly when the patient comes with poisoning, organophosphate poisoning, the serum cholinesterase will be less than 1,000, which is very severe, and it is very difficult to save the patient. So farmers are not aware of the grave consequences. So women, children, and bystanders are exposed. Apart from the person, apart from the worker who is spraying, they don't use protective clothing, mask, shoes. Then they don't recommend that dilution is not followed. So they increase the concentration or decrease it as per their assessment. It is not used as per specification or guidelines. So this is just an example. Though there is no PPE and the gush of wind, then the worker is vulnerable to pesticide exposure. So what we had now we have introduced pesticide spraying drones. This is for the lower level spraying. This is for the higher level spraying. And the thing is, for higher level spraying, it should not be a windy day. And electronic pest control equipment are being introduced, but it is not for all the whole India. I mean, it is not able. We are not able to give that. But on certain farms like orchards and certain farms, they use this, and it gives good results, and there is wide acceptance. It's a solar-powered equipment with artificial intelligence pest control technology. The other innovation is with the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. It's a polyoxime treated suits. Earlier, the polyoxime topical gel was used. This activates the organophosphate pesticides on the skin and reducing the inhibition of acetylcholinesterase, and it thus preventing the toxicity. But this has got disadvantages because large quantity has to be used, and every time the worker goes for a break, they have to wash it, and again they have to apply, and it was not cost effective. So now the oxime treated cotton fabric suit is being tried, and human field trials are underway. I'm also involved in this project. So what are the essential interventions and nudging? So training and educational programs on pesticides is required very much. Importance of PPE when handling pesticides should be insisted. Adequate ventilation in the room where pesticides are stored, because In the rural side, it is stored inside the house. There is no separate room or anything. So pesticides are not kept with food and common articles. Regular maintenance of pesticide spraying equipment. These workers, they don't maintain the spraying equipment at all. And washing of hands and face and change of clothes should be emphasized. And preventing air and water pollution while pesticide spraying. Suicide prevention is another big thing, and treatment and counseling for stress is very important so that suicides can be prevented. And information and guidance on safety and health. So we have the social marketing projects which is going on, but very few students who take up this subject, they with the help of NGOs and others, they take part in this, and I'm also one of the advisors for this marketing projects. So awareness on programs, on best practices, these students, they go those who are doing this project, social marketing projects, they do that. They do that for identifying the knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors. First, they give a questionnaire, and then they find out all this, and then after that, they try to manage it or change their risk culture. After knowing the result of whatever the farmers is aware of, then after that we do this. So this is to disseminate precautions, guidance, and advisories, and to bring behavior change by nudging in the use of PPEs and handling of pesticides, etc. And messages are sent periodically through mobiles, and posters and handouts are given. To end the scourge of pesticide toxicity, we have to create awareness about the dangers of pesticides. Effective surveillance system and strict vigilance is required, which is not there in the developing countries. And there should be stringent rules. Permissible maximum pesticide residue is there in the exported food for the products, for the products sold, it is there for the exported good. But it's not there. It should be enforced for those products which are sold within the country also. And irrational use of pesticides and indiscriminate mixture of different pesticides leads to pesticide resistance, and it has to be avoided. And organic and non-synthetic pesticide management of crops, that is by avoiding chemical fertilizers, is recommended. And that is agroecological system of agriculture will make a big difference. So roadmap to what are the problems roadmap to the management, what is the problems faced is pesticide-related toxicity and detrimental health effects, inadequacy of regulatory frameworks and enforcement, dysfunctional surveillance, monitoring and control systems, and the magnitude of illegal trade is very, very high. So, and it is because of the unregistered or banned or obsolete pesticides. This is too much. So so what are the active measures? So implementing, monitoring, and strict enforcement of pesticide regulation should be there. Improving risk management and safety culture in pesticide use. A comprehensive umbrella legislation to address all these issues has to be taken up, and a stringent pesticide management law. This is what we require in most of the developing countries. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Hope I finished it in time.
Thank you. You were great, and you finished it on time. We are all very, very happy for all the participants, the panelists who are here in the room and also in the virtual room. A big thank you for having shared your knowledge and having given us our time. Interesting presentations from how to move from a more from a soil which is not so happy to a happier soil. Then we had the pesticides, and of course my background is not farming as such, but of course in my ideal world there are no pesticides if possible, and that's why I liked it that you mentioned organic use of pesticides at the end. I think that's definitely a good way forward. So let me conclude this session. This session 2 that we had today. We are now all going to go for lunch. You all have received a food voucher worth €15, where you can eat the best food in the world, I'm sure, offered by the ISSA agriculture section. And this is just upstairs on the ground floor, just where you came in. There's a cafeteria. And then we'll meet again at 2:50. So you have 50 minutes for lunch. I think that should be enough. And like this, we have actually recovered our time. Thank you very much, everybody. And bon appetit.